Ladies and gentlemen, it is Monday, April 20th, 2026. Here's what's coming up on the Owen Report today. Well, we've got a trio. We've got three of them from President Trump today, three posts. There are probably going to be more before we are off the air today. He seems to be, as we might say, crashing out. Dare we say it? Is President Trump crashing out? We're going to read the three Truth Social posts from President Trump today. Then we're going to look at some of the latest developments as far as the claims that he's making are concerned. And, of course, this will tie into the war in Iran. He's talking a lot about the war in Iran today. MAGA, whatever it is now, whatever is left of it now, MAGA is flip-flopping. They're flip-flopping on the war. It was never a war. Then it was a 47-year-old war. Then the war was over. Then it wasn't over. Then Trump won the war, but then there was never a war. But now the war is back on. But Israel had nothing to do with the war. It's a flip-flop. So MAGA's politics, MAGA's mindset is one thing and one thing only. Whatever Trump says. So from one day it's different to the next. Whatever Trump says, that's what we support. That's MAGA. And well, we can get more into the inside-out infighting of MAGA on the issues where they're losing, but it's this weird psychological affair that they have with President Trump. As long as President Trump says it's great, as long as President Trump affirms whatever it is you think you believe at the time, then it's all good. It doesn't matter if you're constantly flip-flopping around like a carp out of water. As long as Trump says it, it's okay. So we're going to look at that. And then again, you look at the stack of the war news today. Very big stack of news. Is it going well? Is it not? I think that we continue to see this trend of our allies around the world. They're just not sure. They're just not sure whether they can trust Trump, whether they can trust the United States of America, or whether it's time to start doing business elsewhere. So we got all of that coming up today. Kash Patel is suing the Atlantic for claims that they have made. Very odd stuff going on there. The Supreme Court is hit with another leak. They want an investigation into this leak. Don't hold your breath. But we will look at that. Now, there's going to be a big election in Virginia tomorrow. We'll tell you why that's so big, and if the current trend, if the current state of events of everything going to the left, everything going to the Democrats continues, well, it's not good. It's not good, folks. So we'll tell you what to expect in Virginia tomorrow. We got some economic news today as well. Yeah, we got a little slop. There's a little slop at the end of the transmission today. We got Elon Musk in the news. We got Pope Leo in the news. We got some big AI stories today as well. Palantir making a big statement over the weekend. Maybe a reason to be concerned with Palantir making this statement over the weekend. It's not that we didn't already think about the potential ramifications of AI or how it's currently being used against us. It's just when they say it out loud, you kind of stop and pause for a second and say, okay, wait a second. They really are building the AI government. They really are building the surveillance state. They really are collecting all of our data. They really want the next war to be AI wars and robotics. They really want this stuff. It's not just the conspiracy theorists saying that. They're actually telling you that this weekend. So we're going to look into that. We also got two big guests today. Loaded show.
This news update was brought to you by OwenSchroyer.store, the official site for Owen Report merchandise.
All right, guys, listen up. It is time to ditch your toxic and unhealthy energy drinks. You heard that right. Ditch them. Get rid of them. You don't need them anymore. Maybe even your pre-workout might not be so good for you either. It might be time to get rid of that as well, because I've got one energy supplement for you that can handle it all, and that's Crash Out Energy. At crashout.energy, that's where you can secure your canister. Folks, this is formulated by me. This is something that has been in the works for quite a while, and I'm very excited to finally bring it to you. Let me tell you what I had in mind when I formulated this. First of all, as somebody that consumes energy drinks, specifically right before I go on air, I like to get at least 200 milligrams of caffeine, get some nootropics, gives me some nice energy to do a 3-hour show, gives me some nice mental clarity, focus, and energy to do a 3-hour transmission right here with you. But instead of taking a bunch of nootropics and mixing a bunch of different drink mixes and trying to find the right energy drink for 200 milligrams of caffeine, I said, what am I doing with all of this? I need to combine all of it into one energy supplement, and that's what I've done at crashout.energy. Now, I don't really market this as a pre-workout. I don't really like to take caffeine before I hit the gym. That's a personal thing. Some people do. This is a great pre-workout, pomegranate flavor. It will give you the vasodilation or expansion that you're looking for. But I just like it for mental energy, mental focus, and just energy to do a 2-hour talk show or energy to get throughout the day. Let's say you got a big day planned. Maybe you didn't get enough sleep last night. Hit the Crash Out Energy. You'll be taken care of. Formulated by me. It's healthy. It's good for you. 200 milligrams of caffeine. A lot of that is naturally derived from organic sources, not just raw caffeine. It's Crash Out Energy. The pomegranate taste, I'm a big fan of it as well. Crashout.energy, folks. Ditch the toxic energy drinks and get some Crash Out Energy at crashout.energy.
On the cutting edge of news and analysis, the Owen Report with Owen Schroyer. Play the game, kid.
All right, guys. You know what? I forgot to tell you the guests that we have coming up today. I got a couple of questions. I forgot to tell you that in the opening. At 4:30, we're going to be joined by Jill Savage, and she was one of the first people to break the Corey Mills story, I think over a year ago, actually. I started talking to her about this over a year ago, and she was kind of telling me, hey, get ready to cover this. And then she came on my show. Well, there's some new developments in the Corey Mills situation. So Jill Savage, who's been kind of on the ground breaking that news, she's going to be joining us in the second hour. And then to kick off the third hour, we're going to get an update on the news that broke last week with the January 6 defendants basically having their convictions removed. And so there's kind of a new level to that legal fight. We're going to be joined by Zach Rell in the third hour, who's been really at the ground level of these developments, personally impacted by these developments. His legal team involved in these fights. So Zach Rell joining us third hour. So a little subject-focused news coming up. Now, I want to be very due diligent with my time today. For that reason, we can do a little bonus time. I have a feeling we're going to be needing it today. On this, it is a holiday. You might be celebrating today's holiday. You might be celebrating a birthday today too. I don't know. Depends on just how degenerative you are, I guess. Really just depends on the level of degeneracy you want to engage in today. But all right. Happy holidays to those that celebrate. Happy birthday to those that celebrate too. My goodness, on a Monday. My goodness. Oh, and I guess, is that why the Democrats posted that? I didn't even think of that. I saw the Democrats posted today. This whole thing is so stupid. I saw the Democrats post, nobody should be arrested for marijuana, something along those lines. I saw they posted that today, and I'm like, this is out of nowhere. I didn't even put it together because of the 420 deal, because of it's the marijuana holiday on 420. That's why they posted it, and it caused this huge debate on X. It's so stupid. The whole thing is so stupid. Realistically, you could probably argue that Trump has done more for marijuana or marijuana users. You might be able to argue that Trump has done more for marijuana users than any other president. I guess that's the non-Republican side of him, because the Republicans, they still hate it. They still want to stand on this ground that fighting against marijuana is the good thing. I don't really. I'm on both sides of the aisle. I don't think it should be illegal. I'm a legalize all drugs type of guy. I also promote sobriety, so don't get these things twisted. I am for legalizing all drugs, ending the war on drugs. I think logically that solves the most problems that we're facing on this subject. But I'm also promoting sobriety. So let's not get these two things mixed up. I can be against the war on drugs and also tell people not to use drugs. It's very simple. It's called self-government, actually, is what that's called. So that's why they posted the 420 thing today. I didn't even think of that. Wow. I guess that shows you how I'm getting old. Because in high school, we might have been making jokes today. We might have been making jokes about that today. And the Republicans, oh my gosh, look at the Democrats promoting drug use. Oh my gosh, they're all clutching their pearls today. It should be weed should be legal, but I don't know if I would want it to be legal, because I've seen what it does. Like, I've been to downtown Portland and St. Louis, New York City, and where weed is legal now. It's just like, it changes everything. I'm not a big fan of the whole, let's make weed culture public and just smoke it anywhere all the time. I don't really like that. It's I don't think it should be illegal, but I also don't like walking around, trying to go to lunch or whatever, and it just everybody's sitting around smoking weed. I'm not sure if I really like that cultural aspect, but that's what we're going to do. That's our 420 coverage for today. We're moving on. We won't do any birthday coverage. We will not be doing any birthday coverage. Okay. But have at it in the chat on 420. Tell us all about your special smoking device today. Who's got the best smoking device today? Let's hear all about it, guys. I know some of you. Somebody out there right now actually is probably lighting one up listening to this. Just do it in the privacy of your own home, like a civilized person. Would you please? Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. All right. So we've got 3 statements from President Trump today. I want to start with the first one that came this morning. We're going to read through each one of these. This is going to be in the time they were sent. So this was the first one this morning from President Trump. Israel never talked me into the war with Iran. The results of October 7th added to my lifelong opinion that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Did. I watch and read the fake news pundits and polls in total disbelief. 90% of what they say are lies and made up stories, and the polls are rigged. I got to stop, guys. I got to stop right there. So the polls are rigged. Let's see. What type of polls are we talking about here? Like 100% support from MAGA? Because that's the poll that you share, which is the most rigged poll anybody's ever heard of in their life. And you share these polls. You've actually been standing on this poll for a month now. You have cited this poll multiple times now. So if anybody here is talking about rigged polls, it's you. With your rigged polls, you get 100% support, which obviously is the most rigged poll you've ever seen in your life. So, okay. And you're not really convincing anybody here. Israel never talked me into the war with Iran. Really, because it seems based off of the statements from yourself and others that Israel did draw you into this war with Iran. Now, maybe when he says talked me into it, I guess that's a different story. I guess they never talked him into it. They just put him in a position where he had to get involved. So maybe that's his excuse here. And then he goes back to October 7th, which most people now view was a total stand down. In fact, it's pretty much a major debate. Many people, even in Israel, have expected or accepted, rather, that October 7th was a stand down. So this isn't really convincing anybody. This is the, I didn't steal the cookies from the cookie jar, and you've got cookie crumbles and, chocolate on your fingertips here. So you're not really doing yourself any favors with this one this morning. It seems like you're losing. Actually, it seems like you're losing the narrative here. So, and now when you accuse somebody else of lying, it doesn't really work because of how many times you've been caught lying. He goes on to say, much as the 2020 presidential election was rigged. The stolen election from 2020 that still no justice exists as far as that's concerned. Okay. Just like the results in Venezuela. Oh, we're back in Venezuela, which the media doesn't like talking about. The results in Iran will be amazing. And if Iran's new leaders, regime change, are smart, Iran can have a great and prosperous future. Wow. We keep hearing about Iran's new leaders. Who knows? So, we're not doing a regime change war. Turns out it was a regime change war. We're not getting involved in new wars in the Middle East, specifically regime change wars, except we actually did and we are. So that was a total lie. But now apparently there's new information coming out today, and believe whatever you want. I don't like to get into the actual on-the-ground details because really, folks, I think there's a lot of lies, a lot of misinformation. I don't know if you can land on the truth. But there are stories coming out of Iran that apparently the new regime, apparently the new leaders are less negotiable than the old leaders. Apparently the new leaders are more extreme than the past regime. This is the latest noise. This is the latest buzz coming out of Iran. And I guess it would make sense for two reasons. One, well, you just blew up their country. You killed thousands of people. You killed a bunch of schoolgirls. You killed their old leadership. So that might radicalize leadership. That might cause some extremism in the country that you just bombed. So yeah, okay, that could probably make sense. And then the other point here would be that there's no deal. There's no deal. So they already got the regime change, but they can't get a deal done. That tells me the new regime isn't really looking for a deal. That's telling me the new regime doesn't really trust President Trump or the negotiators here. So it doesn't look good. It seems like everything Trump says about this is just not true, or it's just not happening. And I don't want to outright call it a lie. Maybe you could. Maybe it is an outright lie. I don't want to call it an outright lie because I'd like to think that Trump is just getting these things wrong. Then you have to wonder who's giving him the intelligence that is leading him to these conclusions and these statements that just make him look worse. I swear Israel didn't make me do it. I promise. I know Marco Rubio pretty much let the cat out of the bag. I know he kind of blew that one big, didn't he? Yeah, he blew it big. But it wasn't Israel. Yeah, Hexeth, they all told you it was Israel. Pretty much everybody knows Israel did it. I know, it's pretty obvious. It's all Israel all the time. But I'm denying it. It was me. I made the decision. So you're the liar, Mr. President? I'm the liar. No, wait, that's not what I said. No, you did say no new wars. You did say no regime change wars, and so you did lie. Shut up, panicking. You just don't know. You believe the fake polls. I got 100% from MAGA. 100. So that was the first one. That was Trump crash out 1. It's not Israel. Oh, no, America, you're in charge. It's not Israel. It's like everybody knows it's Israel. It's not Israel. Okay. So that crash out came first. Now I got a whole essay I got to read you now. So buckle up for the Trump essay. ASA. The deal that we are making with Iran will be far better than the JCPOA, commonly referred to as the Iran nuclear deal, penned by Barack Hussein Obama and sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst deals ever made having to do with the security of our country. You know, it's funny, though. It's funny. Most people would have said the same thing. But let me just carry on here for a second, and then I'll make the statement. It was a guaranteed road to a nuclear weapon. Well, you said you destroyed that road and guaranteed they wouldn't have a nuclear weapon, but now we're at war with them, so you lied, which will not and cannot happen with the deal we're working on. They actually gave $1.7 billion in green cash. I don't know what green is doing in quotes. I don't know. Is that an energy joke? I don't know. Loaded into a Boeing 757 and flown to Iran for Iranian leadership to spend any way they saw fit. He emptied out all of the cash from banks in D.C., Virginia, and Maryland. Those bankers said they've never seen anything like it before. Never. Is that true? That's a pretty big story if it's true. It's amazing how Trump is reporting this as fact, and it's like nobody's even writing the story on it. I'm not doubting it, but it's like, yeah, that's kind of a big deal. Before I finish it, though, you know what? Here's what's crazy. Here's what's crazy now in this situation. Especially if you look at people on the right, maybe even some people on the left. But the general consensus after that deal was done by Obama, the general consensus was that it was a bad deal. Right-wing politics, worst deal ever. You hear Trump expressing it here. Literally says worst deal ever made for security of our country. Okay. Well, you're starting to get to this point with Trump now where you can do a tale of the tape and you can ask which deal was actually worse, Barack Obama's deal or whatever the deal that Trump is trying to work right now. Because here's the actual tale of the tape now. Trump complains about the $1.7 billion that Obama gave Iran. Okay? Now, claiming the whole deal was that Iran would not get a nuclear weapon. Now, I guess all of this hinges on whether you trust Iran or not. Whether you do or whether you don't, let's just look at the deals. Obama's deal was basically, okay, they're not going to get the nuclear weapon. I guess Trump's administration is coming in here and saying, we don't trust that deal, so we're going to blow the hell out of you. But of course, the Trump and his administration has been, they've been complete liars on this as well. Not for Israel, though, just to be clear. They're not lying to you for Israel. They made that clear this morning. Certainly not. They're just lying to you because they want to, I guess. They're just lying to you because that's what they do. They're just liars then. So that's nice. The lying is not driven by foreign interests. It's just driven by their own decisions. Okay. Well, you guys told us that you obliterated was the actual word. And you reemphasized this a dozen times, that you obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities and they could no longer develop a nuke. only for you guys to turn around and say, okay, they were about to get a nuke tomorrow. So you've now lied about the whole thing. As far as the actual nuclear weapon is concerned, this administration has now lied about the entire thing. Now, as far as Iran's actual actions without a nuclear weapon, Iran's actions, who are you going to say Iran was more of a pest during whose administration? Obama's or Trump's? Let's just ask and answer the question. Iran has been more of a pest to the United States during Obama's presidency or during Trump's presidency. So Iran, you might say, has been more of a pest for the Trump presidency. So whose deal's better? Whose deal making is better at this point? Maybe Trump can get something done. But to this point, if you're looking at the tail of the tape, it seems that Obama had Iran subdued. And remember, Trump used to post about this, I think 3 or 4 separate posts that Trump made. He said Obama was a bad negotiator. Obama was a weak negotiator. You're going to end up bombing Iran. You're going to end up with a war in Iran because Obama can't negotiate. Well, Obama did negotiate, and we were not in a war with Iran. You tried to negotiate, and now we are in a war with Iran. And during this entire negotiation period, Mr. President, you have lied to the American people so many times now, we don't even bother keeping up. We don't even bother trying to keep track and count the lies at this point. So tail of the tape with Iran, it looks like Obama kind of has your number here. Actually, ooh. But Owen, how could you say that? Obama gave Iran $1.7 billion in cash. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. So I guess that's the price we paid to keep Iran from having a nuclear weapon. But that's ironic because that is the logic that now they're selling us to support what Trump is doing. So when Obama paid them $1.7 billion and Iran was not a thorn in our side when Obama was president, only for the same neocons and Middle East hawks that are never going to be pleased. It's never going to be a good situation over there. So aside from that group of people, Iran was mostly a non-issue. There were issues that we've had ongoing with Iran for 47 years. These things happened during Obama, obviously. The sniper deal, all of this stuff. So Obama comes in, negotiates. They're going to say $1.7 billion. That was to keep Iran from having a nuclear weapon. And that was worth it. We're being told it's worth it now. This whole war is worth it. You paying more for oil is worth it. But let's look at the bottom line. $1.7 billion. How much has this war cost? How much has Trump's Iran war cost? How about $60 billion? How about $60 billion? And how about 13 American lives, at least, that we know of? So when this whole deal is done, Iran never had a nuke. Now, whether you trust that they wanted to build one or not, that's a different story. But Iran never had a nuke. Iran has been a thorn in the side, whether it was Obama or whether it was Trump. You might argue less now during Obama, but I suppose that's debatable. But Obama, $1.7 billion. Well, how about Trump? $60 billion. So now Trump has spent more than, what is the number here? 30 times? Trump has now spent 30 times as much money as Obama did to try to stop Iran from getting a nuke. And in the process, he's killed thousands of people. We've had dozens of Americans killed. The oil markets are going crazy. So who's really dealt with Iran better at this point? It's an honest question. That is a fair question. Who has done a better job dealing with Iran, Obama or Trump? Oh, that'll get them going. That will get them going. So he goes on to rip the deal. He says, if a deal happens under Trump, it will guarantee peace, security, and safety, not only for Israel. Oh, but it's not about Israel, but for Europe, America, and everywhere else. Really, because it's been the exact opposite since you started this war. It will be something that the entire world will be proud of instead of the years of embarrassment and humiliation we have been forced to suffer due to the incompetent and cowardly leadership. but now we include you, Mr. President. Now you are included. And that's the big problem of where we're at with this Trump administration, with this version of Donald Trump. Now you're to the point where you can't trust anything he says. And you're a fool if you do, by the way. Whether you trust President Trump or not. Let's say you trust President Trump. That's fine. If you trust what Trump is telling you, you're an idiot. Because let me explain this to those out there that still trust Trump that don't understand what I'm saying. Trump intentionally lies, in case you haven't noticed. Trump intentionally lies and deceives and manipulates and trolls and says all types of garbage and fake stuff just to keep everyone off balance, including you, including the enemies, including who he's negotiating with, including his own administration. Trump intentionally lies all the time. Now, so if you trust Trump, then you have to argue he's lying for a good reason. That is the only way you can sit here and have this conversation. There is no doubt at this point, if you take Trump's word at face value, you're an idiot. You're a fool. If you want to say, hey, whatever Trump is doing, whatever he's saying and doing, all of this stuff, it doesn't make sense. But behind the scenes, I trust him. I think he's got a plan. I think he's trying to help America. So, okay, that logic I'm okay with. But if you actually take Trump at his word with what he says these days, you're an idiot. And you don't even have, honestly, it's like you don't even have 2 IQ points to rub together, or maybe you just don't have a memory if you don't understand how he's been lying to you for months now on this deal. He's been lying to you for a year on this deal. He does that intentionally. That's not accidental. He lies intentionally. It's to keep everyone off balance. So he's just out here just lying again, and it's outrageous. And the reason why MAGA is dead and the reason why his approval numbers are so bad is because here we are dealing with more lies about the Middle East, dealing with more war in the Middle East. And what are we doing for our country? The average American is still not in a better place than they were a year ago or 2 years ago or 5 years ago. And that's the problem. But I don't know, guys. We're getting to a point where I wouldn't suggest, it's like you can't assume Trump is the exact opposite of what he's saying is true, but you obviously can't assume that what he's saying is true. So that's why now his word just is meaningless. That's why whatever Trump says now is just totally meaningless. So he posts these essays now, and it's just obnoxious. It's just like white noise. It's just like nails on a chalkboard. But I think it's a fair question. At this point, now Trump isn't done, so Trump will have the last laugh. At this point, I think it's a fair question to ask. Who did a better job negotiating with Iran, Obama or Trump? I think it's debatable right now, guys. But Trump still has time to fix this. Now, this is the final one from Trump a couple hours ago. The Democrats are doing everything possible to hurt the very strong position we are in with respect to Iran. Now, how would that even be possible? So this is, to me, Trump admitting we're not in a good position with Iran, and he's just blaming everybody but himself. And now he's talking about World War I. He's talking about World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War. I thought this wasn't a war. The Iraq War, on and on and on. I thought this wasn't a war. So for months you've been telling us this isn't a war. Now you're comparing it to every other major war. That happened fast, didn't it? That reality hit fast, huh? So it's not a war. The war will be done soon. By the way, we have a compilation of Trump since March 7th saying the war was almost over. So he's been lying about that. He just goes on. It's just obnoxious. I read the fake news saying that I'm under pressure to make a deal. This is not true. I'm under no pressure whatsoever, although it will all happen relatively quickly. He's been saying all of that for more than a month. Time is not my adversary. Really, because what? You're not in office? How long are you in office for? How many people are dying? What about the cost of this every day? Do you consider any of this stuff? The only thing that matters is that we finally, after 47 years, There's that 47-year propaganda again. Straighten out the mess that other presidents let happen because they didn't have the courage or foresight to do what they have done with respect to Iran. No, the mess seems to be now, Mr. President. The mess seems to be now in your administration. That's the mess. The Middle East has been a mess, in case you haven't noticed. Newsflash, the Middle East has been a mess. Jews and Muslims have turned the Middle East into a mess for as long as any of us have been alive. That has nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats or Obama or Trump or any of it. This has been going on forever, thousands of years. But you're going to be the one to figure it out. And in the painful process of this long shot, this moonshot you're taking, we're all suffering. And it's a bigger mess than it's ever been to any of us. And you've lied to us throughout the process. We're in it, and it will be done right. And we won't let the weak and pathetic Democrats, traitors all, who for years have been talking about the dangers of Iran and that something has to be done. But now, since I'm the one doing it, belittle the accomplishments of our military and the Trump administration. No. I mean, they're always going to do that, Mr. President. You set them up. You put the ball on the tee for them. You threw the alley-oop for them. You passed the puck into the middle of the ice for them to slap shot past the goalie. You set yourself up for this failure. But it wasn't Israel. You told us today. You did this all on your own. So we can't blame Netanyahu. We can't blame the Epstein files, the Epstein clients, the donor clash, the special interest. It's all you, Mr. President. You did this. You fucked this up. Nope, not the donors, not Netanyahu, not Israel, not the foreign interests, not the special interests, not the Democrats, not the fake news. You fucked this up. And you made that perfectly clear this morning when you made sure that you owned this entire disaster. So congratulations. You did it. You and you alone, according to yourself. But it's all being perfectly executed. He talks about Venezuela, says it's just like Venezuela, just a bigger, more complex operation. So in other words, it's not like Venezuela. He says the result will be the same. Oh, I mean, this is outrageous. You didn't capture any Iranian leaders. You've killed them all. This is just outrageous from Trump, guys. It's just unbelievable how bad this guy is. Trump says he built the greatest military our country has ever seen, including adding Space Force in my second term. I am properly and judiciously using our military to solve problems left to us by others of far less understanding and competence. Okay. Well, nobody believes anything you say anymore, and the results aren't changing anything, and you've broken nearly every campaign promise. You've destroyed your coalition, and now you just are like a dying cat wailing in a dark alley on a rainy afternoon, wailing out and crying in loneliness and pain with your little gaggle around you, feeding off of the catnip that you drip for them. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. So when will it all be done, guys? Are we going to be at war with Iran forever? Well, of course, we were never at war with Iran, so I don't know. That's what's so crazy about it. You can't even make sense of it. The more you try to make sense of what Trump is saying and doing, the less sense it makes. That's the problem with logic. That's a problem with reading comprehension. And that's what you see. Most MAGA now has zero logic and zero reading comprehension. And I've got proof of that. They'll flip-flop. Trump could come out at 8 a.m. in the morning and say the war is over. And then MAGA will do a victory lap, say we won the war. And then Trump could come out at 9 a.m. and say, hey, the war is not over yet. And then MAGA will say, we got a war to win. I mean, that's how pathetic this deal has become. And this is how, folks, look, I'm going to tell you right now, I've warned you about this before. Let me tell you right now. This is an opinion piece from The Hill published this morning. Resignation is Trump's last chance at redemption. Okay. Now, I don't need to read too much into this. you kind of get the point. But there's some one-liners in here I think that are worth reading. So let's just dip in here quickly. Donald Trump's presidency is a morality lesson. He is a living example of what happens when a man is given power that far exceeds his character. It is time for America to acknowledge the lesson and move on. Trump is engaged in a constant struggle for respect, seeking affirmation to maintain his facade of respectability. In reality, he seems to have starved his soul in pursuit of material wealth, power, and fame. The facade is as unstable as a Jenga tower. Trump fears that someone will pull out the piece that makes it topple, so he relentlessly punishes anyone who might try. And then it goes on to the different issues. I think that's a pretty good assessment. Trump is engaged in a constant struggle for respect, seeking affirmation. The facade is unstable. All of these things are definitely happening. And now people are saying, hey, remember when Trump said this? Or remember when Trump said that and then it just doesn't happen? So this is going to be the next. This is going to be the next big realization, I think, from MAGA for those that haven't figured it out yet. So the Calvin Coolidge Project asks this. I wondered whatever happened to President Trump's proposed idea for the National Garden of American Heroes. I really wish we could get an update on this. Last I heard, they were considering Potomac Park in Washington, D.C. Some donor should pay for this, just like with the ballroom. Yeah, Trump said he was going to take all the monuments and statues, and then they were going to do it in maybe South Dakota or North Dakota, or they were going to do it at the entry to Mount Rushmore. Yeah, he didn't mean any of it. He made it up. He does this all the time. If you've been following Trump for a while, Trump also told the donors, he did a, I think it was called the Golden Wall. Trump told his donors in 2016, I know this because I donated to get on this wall. He said he was going to build a big wall of his donors. This is when it was, Trump, this is when it was us versus the world, essentially. So supporting Trump at this time was like, considered dangerous, renegade. And it was a certain threshold. I think it was like $100 or $200. And if you donated this, he was going to put up a golden wall. It was either Trump Tower or Mar-a-Lago. And he was going to build a big donor wall. And he was going to etch every single person's name into it that exceeded the $100 or $200. Yeah, he never did it. He talked about this monument park. He never did it. He talks around a bunch of stuff, and he just never does it. So once you realize that, you get a better idea. You start to understand what kind of scams he runs and how he just says stuff and doesn't even mean it. And that's really what it is. I don't even know if I would call it a scam, because a scam requires some level of competence, some level of like there's meaningful pursuit of something. Trump just makes stuff up. Trump just literally says something in the moment and then forgets it the next day. So it's a little different than a scam. But you know what? You can probably call it a scam too. Now, Netanyahu forced to weigh in to an issue that we saw over the weekend with the IDF bashing a crucifix, bashing Jesus's head in on a crucifix. Netanyahu makes a statement today. As the Jewish state, Israel cherishes and upholds the Jewish values of tolerance and mutual respect between Jews and worshipers of all faith. That's hilarious. Really? Jews are respectful towards Muslims? Jews are tolerant of Muslims? Boy, that's a new one. I feel like if that was true, we'd have peace in the Middle East if that was true. So I'm just going to go ahead and chalk that one up to a big, fat, stinking lie. All religions flourish in our land, and we view members of all faiths as equals in building our society and region. I'd like to hear him specifically say that about Muslims. Yesterday, like the overwhelming majority of Israelis, I was stunned and saddened to learn that an IDF soldier damaged a Catholic religious icon in southern Lebanon. I condemn the act in the strongest terms. Military authorities are conducting a criminal probe of the matter and will take appropriately harsh disciplinary action against the offender. What, he'll get like a day as punishment or something? While Christians are being slaughtered in Syria and Lebanon by Muslims, They're also being slaughtered by Jews, but you left that part out. The Christian population in Israel thrives unlike elsewhere in the Middle East. That's not true. Christians thrive in many places in the Middle East, actually. So you're just lying again, saying it's the only place where Christians can worship. Actually, Christians are being forced out of their lands right now that are bordering Israel. So this is basically just an entire lie. Now, what's interesting is, so the IDF has been caught committing all types of atrocities. All right. I mean, killing kids, killing women, raping people. There was this one recently, they got caught. They were bragging about this. Some of the Lebanese that they forced out, many of them were Christian, by the way. You can see because in their house they have crosses and stuff. But the IDF would go in. They clear out these lands with bombs. So they do their air bombing, and then they move in on the ground after they've killed everything. After they've done the military demolition and killed everything that has a beating heart, then the IDF soldiers actually go on ground, and they were going into these houses in southern Lebanon, and some of them are farmers, whatever, and they were just going in and just raiding their fridges, raiding their pantries. They're doing like going in and taking everything out of their garden and cooking it and celebrating how they just stole this house and stole this food. No apologies for that. So you could sit here and, I mean, it's a damn library of options. What criminal, disgusting, despicable crime against humanity, war crime, whatever, which one do you want to pick out by the IDF? Name it. Name it. There's damn thousands of them. But for whatever reason, this is the one they decide to address. So to me, that says that the PR campaign is not going well, guys. Not going well. And they know it. And they know it. So he's sorry. He's sorry. And then in his apology here, he's going to fill it with a bunch of lies. Because what else would you expect from a guy who is dripping in the blood of the innocent in his lust for more power and legacy? So here it is, though. This is the compilation from starting March 7th of Trump telling you the war is almost over.
It's going to be finished pretty quickly. I do see a deal in Iran. Yeah, Mr. President. Could be soon. We are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close.
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over.
I will say the war in Iran is going along swimmingly. We can do whatever we want. And it should be ending pretty soon. It's going to.
Oh, let's see. It's ending pretty soon. It's ending any day now. It's almost over. Lies, lies, lies. What are the facts? Let's see the facts here. We're in day 52, and we're almost $60 billion in the hole. Day 52, $60 billion in the hole. So that's almost 60 times the amount of money Obama spent to denuclearize Iran. So yeah, the numbers, the tail of the tape here are actually favoring Obama. Now, the good news for Trump is he's still in the game. Trump is still in the game. But the tail of the tape, Obama looks better. Obama looks better on dealing with Iran than Trump does. Suck on that. Woo! How does that one feel? Somebody explain that one. Obama was also deporting more illegal aliens than Trump, too. But who's counting? Who's counting, guys? We do have some other developments. I don't know if I want to get into these now, or let's wait till we get to the second hour, and we will cover all of this war news. And then we will be joined by our guest, Jill Savage, to talk about this Corey Mills drama, endorsed by Trump, by the way. But there is another development in the Corey Mills drama that we're going to be looking at here. Wow. The only good news for Trump is he's still on the field. That's pretty much it. But when it comes to dealing with Iran, Obama's eating Trump's lunch. Obama is looking like a genius compared to Trump when it comes to Iran. So I don't really know how you can work your way around that, guys. I don't know how you can work your way around the facts. I don't know how you can work your way around the tail of the tape. We're still at war with Iran. More than a dozen Americans have died. We're still there. Oil is up. It's cost us almost $60 billion. And unfortunately, if you're looking at this from an Obama versus Trump perspective, Obama dealt with the Iranians better than Trump. Man, that's brutal. That is just brutal. So all we can hope for is that Trump can somehow redeem this, but I don't really know how at this point. I don't really know what is the potential outcome that even makes this good. I'm just curious. And I love this game that they play. They keep changing the narrative. It's not a regime change war. Well, it is a regime change war. It's all about getting rid of their nuclear capabilities. Okay, we destroyed their nuclear capabilities, but actually we're back to destroy them more. So none of it even makes sense. And then they come out and they say, we have had a clear agenda in Iran. We have been very specific and clear about our agenda in Iran. Really, because nobody really seems to know what it is. So what is it? So this is a genuine question. I am genuinely curious. What is there to win in Israel? What is there to win in Iran? What is there to win for the United States of America in the Middle East? I would actually like an answer on that. Because right now they just say, oh, we're fighting for peace, or we're with our ally, or oh, they're an enemy of America, or they want to hurt it. It's all bullshit. So let's see if anybody in this administration can cut the bullshit. Let's see if Trump let's pray for Trump. Maybe one day Trump can stop shitting out of his mouth and tell us what is the actual goal here. We destroyed their nuclear capabilities. We're still at war. We've done regime change. We're still at war. What are we doing? I thought we had control of the strait. We don't. We're still at war. I don't know. So cut the bullshit. And let's actually hear from this White House, from Caroline Leavitt, from her lips go bang, bang, boom, boom, whatever that is. Let's hear it. Tell me, what is there to win in the Middle East? What is there for us to win? Why are we still there? Even Trump used to understand how this whole thing was outrageous. Even Trump used to talk about how this has all been a big waste of time, waste of money, waste of lives, and now he's got us right back in there. So I just want to hear it. Okay, you've lied to us every step of the way. What is the goal? What is the agenda? Can anybody explain it? Anybody? I'd love to hear it. The only fathomable excuse that I can even comprehend is that this is somehow a larger geopolitical fight against China, which you connect to the oil sales. So then I'm saying, so, okay, fine. So what's the goal there? So you lead me down this China route. Okay, well, what are we doing there? What's the goal with China? And tell me, if China is really the aim here, if China is really the target here, I'm going to tell you why that logic doesn't add up, by the way. If China was really the logic here, then why wouldn't Trump be cutting a deal with Iran to stop them from selling their oil to China? Trump could be looking for a peace deal with Iran. Trump could be using the leverage apparently Trump controls Israel. So Trump could be using the leverage of him controlling Israel. Of course, we all know that's complete opposite of fact, but I'm just telling you why the logic of China doesn't add up here. Trump could be making a peace deal with Iran and say, hey, Iran, let's work out a deal with you. I can get Israel on its knees. This whole world could put Israel begging on its knees for its life. So why don't I make a deal with you? We can stop the Israelis from killing tens of thousands of innocent people like it's a ritual for them. I can cut a deal with you. You stop selling oil to China. We get peace in the Middle East. We bring Israel to heel. And then I come out looking like a genius. I brought Israel to heel. I brought Iran to the table. I've cut off China of oil. So there's your China angle. Let's hear your logic. But no, we all know what's really going on. And Trump admitted it all this morning when he said he's not doing any of this for Israel. That was the big admission. This entire thing is for Israel.
You're listening to the Owen Report on the Win Network.
Guys, have you been making your moves right now? Have you been moving into precious metals? Have you been looking at your portfolio, your investments, thinking about diversifying, thinking now's the time, got to get into precious metals? What's going on with the dollar? What's going on with bank runs? What's going on with the stock market? Crypto. It's all very volatile. Maybe it's time to diversify. Maybe it's time to get into precious metals. Now, if you're considering it, you need to give my friends at Allegiance Gold a call. That's it. Just give them a call. It's free. 844-790-9191. 844-790-9191. Now, why would Allegiance want you to give them a call? It's very simple. They want to make sure before you make a move, they want to make sure before you make an investment that you are fully comfortable with the decision that you're going to make and that you understand the decision you're making as much as you possibly can as well. That's why they have the phone number for you to call. 844-790-9191. And when you have them on the phone, ask them about $5,000 in free gold and silver with qualified investments. You heard that right. $5,000 in free gold and silver with qualified investments, whether through your 401k, IRA, or savings. They make it simple to move into precious metals. You can also go to protectwithowen.com. That's protectwithowen.com. So if you've been thinking about gold, thinking about silver, thinking about diversifying your portfolio, go to protectwithowen.com. Do it with my friends at Allegiance Gold because they have an A+ review with the Better Business Bureau. And when you talk about your savings, when you talk about your wealth, you want that A+ review. That's as good as it gets. So go to protectwithowen.com. Protect your wealth because no one else will.
No, you stop this. 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 No, que stop this. No, que stop this.
You have found your political compass. The Owen Report with Owen Schroyer.
No, que stop this.
All right, I want to get into some of the war news, geopolitical news, before we bring on our guest to give an update on this Corey Mills situation. It's gotten a lot more interesting today. But let's go to this war news. We don't hear much about what's going on between Russia and Ukraine, but a big one today. Ukrainian drone attack on Russia's Tuapse port kills one. A Ukrainian drone attack on Russia's Black Sea port of Tuapse sparked a fire and killed at least one person, Russian officials said today, only hours after the blaze was extinguished following a similar attack on April 16th. So they finally got rid of the fire, the damage caused from the first drone attack, and then they got hit again. And the significance of this refinery, Ukraine hits Russia's only Black Sea refinery export hub. This strike is part of an expanding Ukrainian campaign targeting Russia's energy export infrastructure, particularly facilities tied to maritime oil shipments. You know what is so insane about this? Guys, I'm trying to decide what to put first here. What is the cart and what is the horse? But I guess I would say this before I get into the specifics. This is the realization. And, our big hiccup, unfortunately now, this is just true. Our big hiccup, the big glitch, the big rock in the machine that's just destroying everything right now, as far as, growth, evolution, moving to the next level, whatever it is. The biggest glitch in this entire process right now is the fact that MAGA is now the most retarded group politically in America. I'm sorry to say. And I'm going to make sense of it with this story. But it's like, this is what they can't comprehend. They cannot comprehend that Trump is part of the problem. They can't get it through their head that Trump is part of the problem. Now, you can still support Trump. You can still cheer for Trump. You can still hope that Trump does some of the stuff he said he would. But MAGA used to be like the thought leaders. MAGA used to be like the independent, free-thinking, free speech, anti-establishment. This was like the movement that was breaking down all these barriers, shattering all of these doors, windows, everything, getting to the next level. It was all about, okay, we understand. MAGA used to understand more than any other political movement how corrupt it was, how you just commit to just destroying the political corruption, the establishment. And now MAGA is so brainwashed that now they're the thing holding it back. So it's like MAGA used to be the thing leading the charge. Now MAGA is the anchor that is keeping us down, keeping us back. What does it have to do with this story? See, once you realize that none of this adds up, you can't help but land on the fact that this is happening during Trump's presidency, and he's not just allowing this to happen, he's part of it. So how is this Ukraine story the perfect example? And by the way, Trump was right about this in his first administration. Notice how he doesn't say anything about it now. Ukraine is stopping Russia from exporting energy to Europe. Okay? Now remember, it was likely the CIA. It was likely during the Biden years. Oh, what is that? What was that? What is the woman's name, guys? Her name is skipping me right now. She ended up leaving the Biden administration, but she was the woman that everybody was blaming for destroying the pipeline. What was that bitch's name? She's been around forever. Can't believe I can't think of her name. Well, Victoria Nuland. So Europe relies on Russian energy. Europe relies on that. So when we blew up Nord Stream 2, that hurt Europe. These are supposedly our allies. These are supposedly the NATO countries. Ukraine, not a NATO country. Keep in mind, Ukraine is not in NATO. So here we are, our NATO allies, and we're going to war for Ukraine, who's not a NATO ally, and we're sabotaging our own allies' energy supply in this war against Russia. Say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Of course it doesn't make sense, because you still don't understand how entirely corrupted the political system is, including Trump. That's the point. And now it's happening again. Notice, they have said nothing. Have you seen anything about this oil refinery getting hit twice by Ukraine? This hurts Europe. That oil is going to Europe. And by the way, Trump greenlit it. Trump told him, he said, all right, well, look, you guys need the energy, so get it from Iran, get it from Russia, whatever. So, okay, probably a good thing for Trump to do that. It goes against the entire purpose of the war, but that's because the entire purpose is bullshit. So this is what I'm trying to say. If it doesn't add up, you know it's corrupt. So here's Ukraine again attacking Russia's oil refinery. Russia is providing energy to our allies in Europe, and we're just going to ignore it. We're just going to pretend that it's not going on. Ukraine, not a NATO country. We have spent almost $400 billion on this war, and it's still going. Now we're $60 billion in a war with Iran, and we can't even control the oil. Europe is going to be pushed into the arms of China, pushed into the arms of Russia. Hell, I don't know, pushed into the arms of Iran? How bad is this going to get? You think it sounds crazy, folks? No. The world is crazy. Why would we let Ukraine hurt our own allies, hurt our NATO allies in Europe? Why would we let this happen? And nobody talks about it. It's just, let's just turn a blind eye to Ukraine and to Russia now. Just completely forget about it. Forget about our investment. Forget about the hundreds of billions. Forget about that now Europe is impacted by this and has been. Let's just go into Iran. Forget about all of that now. And I guess the hope is what? For the big oil companies, the big oil donor companies, that the world is going to start buying oil from them. By the way, that's not going to help your bottom line. That's not going to impact the America life at all. It's not going to impact your gas prices. It's not going to impact your way of living. It's not going to impact the CPI. Nothing. It won't help you at all. So what is going on? None of it adds up, so you know it's corrupt. So what is going on? What is the plan here? And again, I just look at MAGA, because in a way, like, MAGA was our weapon against the establishment. MAGA was our coalition, our political club to to bash back against the establishment. And MAGA's dead now. Now MAGA is an establishment weapon bashing us. Now MAGA is a neocon, globalist weapon bashing us. So it used to be MAGA was the club in our hand. We were bashing the neocons. We were bashing the globalists. We were bashing the establishment. Now they've taken the club, and now they're bashing us. So when you see none of this stuff adds up, none of it. And you'll see MAGA jumping through hoops and doing mental gymnastics and everything else trying to make sense of it. It doesn't add up. It's all corrupt, folks. It's all corrupt. And the people that are running this, they don't give a damn. You know why? Because they don't care how expensive gas is. They don't care how expensive beef is. They don't care how expensive energy costs are, grocery bills are. They don't give a damn. It doesn't affect them. They live in a world so removed from you that we can't even comprehend it. And now Trump is their weapon against you, by the way. Again, it's like everything's been reversed. Trump used to be our weapon against them. Now Trump is their weapon against us. And some of us have realized it. Some of us are now privy to this. Some of us are now calling us out. And the very movement that we created called MAGA, now they're an enemy against us. Now they're coming for us. And you see, they're threatening to arrest us. They're threatening to sue us. They're threatening to imprison us. They're now the woke left. So when you try to add up all of the stuff that's going on, whether it's the war in Iran, whether it's the war in Ukraine, and you slowly but surely it starts to click. Yeah, none of this makes any sense. Yeah, if it doesn't add up, you know it's corrupt. And it is corrupt. And the truth is that we have no idea what's going on. I don't even know how many people in D.C. know what's going on, to be honest. I think Trump might know more than most, maybe more than anybody, but I don't even think they know. I don't think anybody knows. I think Iran knows their stuff. I think Russia knows their stuff. I think Trump knows his stuff. I think D.C. knows whatever D.C.'s either allowed to know or has to know. And then we're just left here as this slop machine just keeps putting slop out into the news for us to feed on. And if you don't buy it, which why would you? They act like you're crazy. So it's all this big gaslighting routine now. But there was a big protest today. Veterans protest the war in Iran on Capitol Hill in Washington. So this happened today. A bunch of photos here from Reuters, as you can see. So a bunch of very diverse crowd here. Young, old, black, white, Asian, white, Mexican, you name it. Very diverse group of veterans protesting this war. This is from Greg Stoker. I don't know. I'm guessing this guy is probably running as a Democrat. He's nonpartisan. He's running for Texas 31, but this isn't about him. He was part of the protest today. That's why I'm pulling this up. He was part of the protest, and here's what he had to say about it.
So begins the largest veteran and military family act of civil disobedience since the Iraq War began, occupying the Canning Building Rotunda, protesting yet another forever war with Iran, which includes the genocide in Palestine, the ethnic cleansing in the south of Lebanon, and the potential ground operation in Cuba. Whatever violence we do overseas always comes back home, and every war fought by this government is a war on the working class, which is you. We're here until arrest or Speaker Mike Johnson comes out to answer for the dead and meets our demands. If you're on an active duty service member and do not wish to join the fifth U.S. generation fighting in a senseless, self-destructive moral war for the rich, for the parasite class, we will stand with you. There is a way out. Info below.
We are veterans and military families demanding an end to the war on Iran. We demand that Congress not authorize 1 cent more to this war. We demand that Donald Trump bring back all U.S. military personnel and stop these illegal and immoral attacks on the Iranian people. We are holding red tulips, a symbol of sacrifice and martyrdom in Iranian culture, to pay tribute to the thousands of Iranians who have been killed as a result of this war. We will now hold a flag-folding ceremony to call attention to the U.S. service members who have already been killed and will be killed until this war ends.
So I don't know about that guy speaking. The protest went on. I won't show you any more of the video. I think you get an idea. The first guy speaking, Greg Stoker, he's actually a Green Party candidate here in Texas. But you want to know how I know now? I don't know if this is a fair analysis, but yet it's the truth. I don't know if you can say for certain that this proves that Trump is now part of the deep state, part of the establishment, but here's the evidence. And I know this probably as much as anybody. I made an example of this famously in January of 2020, you may recall. It used to be that if you were anti-Trump, they would let you protest in the Capitol. I've documented this, filmed this, I've pushed back against this. It's very well known. In the first Trump administration, you could do anti-Trump protests at the Capitol. They would let you do it. If you did something for Trump, if you were a pro-Trump demonstrator of any sort, like myself, you were not allowed to do it. I was arrested. So it used to be that only anti-Trump demonstrations could happen at the Capitol. Those veterans today got shut down and arrested. So, I mean, you could probably call that an anti-Trump demonstration. They're against the war. They don't really make it about Trump. They make it about the war. So, okay. Shut down. Shut down. So, now technically, I don't like the way they interpret how they handle these things at the Capitol. I think it's all First Amendment protected. But you know, anything that, and actually I was the only one that didn't violate this, in my opinion. So the way it reads is that any sort of organized demonstration, so like that, like if there's a group that organizes to do a demonstration, then that's when it's technically considered illegal and you can be arrested. I didn't do that. I was one person with a piece of paper and a piece of tape over my mouth. No organization, no big protest, just one single person, piece of tape over my mouth. They arrested me. I supported Trump. They arrested me in the exact same spot the day before a group of 40 anti-Trump protesters were able to do their demonstration. So again, folks, this goes back to 2020. If you were following my work, following my show, you know what I'm talking about. I got arrested. I spent 36 hours in a DC jail. Eventually, the judge tossed that. He just threw the case out. Thank you, Judge. But no, now they arrest you. Now they arrest anti-Trump protesters at the Capitol. They used to allow that stuff. Now they just shut it down. So to me, that's like, hey, Trump is the deep state now. Maybe you think that's going a little far, yet there's my evidence. There's my evidence. Now, I do have more geopolitical news, but let's go to this real quick, and then I'm going to get the guest ready to go. Listen to Randy Fine suggesting we nuke, the entire Muslim world? You translate this.
In World War II, we did not negotiate a surrender with the Nazis. We did not negotiate a surrender with the Japanese. We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same here. There is something deeply, deeply wrong with this culture, and it needs to be defeated. In order to get unconditional surrender, that needs to be the same here. We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same here. We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same here. We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same.
So Randy Fine just called for what? Nuking the entire Muslim world? Nuking the entire Arab world? Guys, this is crazy. This is crazy. Now, let's just pretend for a second that Iran or any Muslims truly posed a threat to this country. Let's just pretend for a second that any of these countries really posed a threat to us, or even a nuclear threat to us. Let's just pretend for 1 second any of that's true. Of course, we know these are all lies. These are all lies that they tell us to do Israel's bidding in the Middle East, to commit absolute atrocities and evil in the Middle East. They tell us these lies. But let's just assume they're true. So Randy Fine, a sitting member of U.S. Congress, just advocated for nuking the entire Muslim world. Now, folks, if the Muslim world really wanted to kill us just because we exist, if the Muslim world really had nuclear weapons aimed at us, do you think this would be when they'd probably do it? Wouldn't that be the one? Didn't Randy Fine just openly declare nuclear war with the entire Muslim world on behalf of America? So if there was truly a threat, if there was really a circumstance and these conditions really existed, wouldn't that be the moment that they'd probably decide, you know what, now's the time? I'm just curious because it seems like that would be the logic. That's the logic that we supposedly use. So wouldn't they then use the same logic if they had the same weapons? Or is the entire thing a lie? Of course, the entire thing is a lie. And Randy Fine is a fat, bloodlusting, corrupt member of Congress, a warmonger who has a different interest, a foreign interest in mind when he says this stuff. And that's why he says it. Wow. Randy Fine just called for nuking the entire Muslim world, guys. He just said that as a sitting American congressman. How does that make you feel? How does that sit with you? Seems like that's kind of dangerous rhetoric if you believe the claims that Randy makes. Seems like that's kind of some dangerous rhetoric if you believe what we're told about the Muslim world and how they want to kill us. Then that seems like that would be a bad idea to say that. And yet there he is calling for it. What about if you're a Christian? How does that sit with you? If you're a Christian and that's your representation in Florida, and he just called for nuking the entire Muslim world, how would that make you feel? There you go. All right. We are about to be joined by Jill Savage. And if you guys have been following this story, it's kind of been lingering for a while with Corey Mills. And Jill has really been at the ground level of it since the beginning. But Jill, we've had some interesting developments. Now, I will pull up some headlines for some point of reference for our audience today that maybe hasn't been following this. There have been some developments today, as I'm sure you're aware. For people that haven't been following this news story, kind of just give them a little bit of an introduction on the whole Corey Mills story, how he became controversial, what was going on in D.C. that you've been covering for a while, and then we'll kind of get people up to speed on what's developing today. Jill Savage.
Yeah, so we have been covering this story for quite some time. So it's actually really exciting, Owen, to be here on the show with you, that the rest of the country is now taking an interest in trying to figure out who the heck is this Corey Mills guy? Well, he's a congressman, a Republican out of Florida's 7th district. He's over there in like the Daytona Beach area. And I didn't know who Corey Mills was until after October 7th, when Corey Mills was, the hero that everybody painted him out to be, when he was out there helping Americans get out of Israel after October 7th. And that was the very first time that I had ever heard him. Now, the first time that I met him was after Hurricane Helene. And he was out there in Western North Carolina helping people. He was out there for a couple of days. And I spent the entire day with Corey Mills. And he came out, across as very charismatic, obviously willing to help people. And I thought, okay, wow, like this is interesting. Just that there's somebody in Congress who actually cares. A few weeks later, I was part of a team. I was emceeing a dinner that he was getting an award at, right? So I had several points of communication with Corey, where all of this was leading to him being a great guy. Now, there's one thing that kind of led to Corey's downfall. On the helicopter ride back at the end of the night, when we were going back to the airport after we were done with Hurricane Helene, we were going to fly back to Dallas to go do our shows the next day. Corey Mills on the helicopter, there were 7 people, including Corey and myself. I was the only female there. Corey said that he was very single. There was absolutely no one in his life, and he was very lonely. So then, we jump ahead in the story to February 19th, last year, 2025, where his live-in DC girlfriend called the cops for an alleged assault on Corey. And she said that, Corey was her significant other for over a year. And I thought, man, this guy's claiming to be a super Christian, and nobody was asking the congressman, like, hey, tell us about your personal life the very first day that we meet you. So I thought that was interesting. And I started doing...
For a little context here, the picture I have in my head is that he's kind of playing like the innocent victim puppy here, but he's looking for a date,
Yes. So Corey did end up asking me out like 2 months later. We never went on a date, which is like the blessing in disguise that I could go through and like figure out, okay, who is this guy, right? So I saw a comment online and somebody said, well, if you think this is interesting, you should really look at his marriage certificate. So it was in March that things really started to get interesting with Corey Mills, because that's when I found out that the officiant of his wedding for his second marriage, which was back in 2014. It was the summer of 2014. And the officiant of his wedding was Mohammed Al-Hanouti. And I saw that. And it said Imam on the wedding certificate. And my brain just wouldn't let it go. I said, you know what? I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. But let me just Google the guy's name. And I look up Mohammed Al-Hanouti. And the very first story that I see is the headline is Major U.S. Muslim Brotherhood Figure Dies. Mohammed Al-Hanouti is an unindicted co-conspirator of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, supposedly raised $6 million for Hamas, and was the mufti of what is now better known as the Al-Qaeda mosque there in Falls Church, Virginia. And so we go through, and we're doing the story, and Corey ends up on a phone call with one of our other reporters at The Blaze at the time, Peter Giedel, and it's a 50-minute recorded phone call where Corey admits that Mohammed Al-Hanouti actually married him. But he said, oh, I don't know the guy. My mother-in-law just wanted an Iraqi to marry us. Owen, if we're trying to look for like an Iraqi, if this is the level that we're looking for, Mohammed Al-Hanouti was the mufti at the time, right? Which is levels above an imam. So you're not just looking for an Iraqi, right? Like there's a reason that they're bringing somebody else out, not just the regular imam of the Al-Qaeda mosque, as if that wouldn't have been bad enough for this story. So then we continue on, because I see videos where some of his former co-workers at DynCorp, a private contractor company.
We all know DynCorp here
Yes.
very well. Oh, yes.
Yeah. So Corey Mills, he goes through and he says he spent his version of the story is, I spent 5 years in the Army, and then another 5 years for working for state. I did a little work for the agencies, plus worked with USAID, right? That's his exact quote that he said on Benny Johnson's show last summer, which he did, right? Like there's all of these ties to a little work for the agencies, which everybody thinks he's that means CIA. He said that he was a Green Badger when he went on with Glenn Beck before, which would lead you to believe that's the CIA connections. So DynCorp, let's get into the military stuff here. I thought it was so interesting because nobody in Corey Mills' life that actually knows him will be willing to stand up for him. They will tell you that he is a liar. He's a pathological liar. He's a sociopath. He's a psychopath. These are what people who have known Corey for years have to say about him. So Corey, when he was there working for DynCorp, he didn't have the lingo that somebody of a tier 1 level should have had, right? They knew that he was a problem basically from the beginning.
Or the discipline, it sounds like.
Yeah. So Corey went through and he claimed, and we have the resume that he turned in to DynCorp. We have that written in a story that's in my Twitter thread right now. But Corey claimed to be an Army Ranger at the time. He was not an Army Ranger. He was not a sniper. He did not go to any of those classes that he said he did. And he was in fact a medic in the Army for just over 4 years that he spent there. So all these guys then were like, Corey he was claiming to be an Army Ranger. He was claiming to be all of these things. And then they had, an issue with the State Department where, Blackwater killed some people that they shouldn't have. And then they went through the State Department and said, okay, everybody has to resubmit your paperwork. We have to make sure that you are who you say you are. So the deadline was coming and going, right? His senior advisor there was named Jesse Parks. We talked to Jesse on the phone. He's quoted in our story. And Jesse says, I'm the one who is going to fire him. Now, Corey ended up putting his radio, his firearm, and everything on his bunk and walked out of the U.S. consulate in the middle of the night in Erbil, Iraq. That is the story that everybody that is there says, and they say that they have him on video doing this. Corey says, oh, no, I didn't leave in the middle of the night. I had 2 weeks left on my contract, and sorry that I didn't go and say goodbye to everyone when I was there. I had a girlfriend that was in the area at the time, and I wanted to leave with her, right? So Corey has an excuse for everything, but we see a pattern of lies with Corey. And, there's questions about the Bronze Star that he has. A lot of the guys that were involved in those incidents where Corey claims 5 different instances of valor for this Bronze Star. One of them specifically says, Corey Mills absolutely never saved my life, right? There's a written statement. We have confirmed this. So there's a lot that's going on with just, the Islamic angle, the stolen valor angle, and then you get to the women, Owen.
I want to get to that in a second here. Once a liar, always a liar is kind of how the logic goes, especially in politics. You got to think about that, maybe in romance too. But just to be clear, so he was in a relationship when he was making an attempt at you. That
100%, yeah.
Okay. So we've clarified that. I want to clarify one other thing before we get to the latest news here, and then the thing that kind of shocks me about this. When you guys first started reporting this, that was probably last year, I believe.
Yeah, May 7th was the first article that we posted officially, 2025.
So you guys went public with this last year. All of the different claims that you just laid out, and definitely more. I don't know if we want to get into the more stuff. Some of that is in the headlines today. You probably have. I'm hearing it, from other people that may or may not have been around Corey Mills at the time. President Trump endorsed Corey Mills. This is where I'm kind of at a bit of a loss. So before we get to the news today, this is where I'm a little confused. We hear all the time, specifically from this administration, about the threats of the Muslim Brotherhood, the biggest MAGA supporters out there. They're looking around every corner for the Muslim Brotherhood. Everything's the Muslim Brotherhood. Tucker Carlson's paid for by Qatar, right? Okay, so they're building this narrative again. It's kind of coming up through MAGA. And then here's the guy who apparently is directly connected to the Muslim Brotherhood getting an endorsement from President Trump. Oddly enough, I don't think I've seen Laura Loomer say anything about this. She's normally the one that will start bleeding out of her eyes at the very thought of the Muslim Brotherhood. What's up with that, Jill? Why is Corey Mills allowed to be in touch with the Muslim Brotherhood and Loomer and MAGA have nothing to say but an endorsement?
Yeah, so Laura Loomer has definitely not commented on this story. If you go through James Blair's Wikipedia page, it will tell you that he was part of running 2 Florida campaigns, one being Anna Paulina Luna, the other being Corey Mills. So if you see Roger Stone's tweet today, I think says a lot, where he says that Corey Mills had a conversation with President Trump and said that there was no restraining order placed on him by his Florida girlfriend, right? That's what Roger is saying today. So I don't know if that's the administration trying to get out ahead of it, just knowing with what's probably going to be taking place here shortly. So there's that. So how do we get to the restraining order in the first place? Well, I just told you about the DC girlfriend that had the alleged assault last February 19th. That's when Corey's world really started to unravel, because that's when the Florida girlfriend who lived with him at the time, as well, overlapping stories, by the way. Yes, this is all the same time frame. That's when she learned that there was yet another girlfriend. So she breaks up with Corey and tries to ask him 11 times, please stop contacting me. Let me go on with my life. And this is where we had the sextortion allegations against Corey Mills, is what we called it in our article that we published last summer, where Corey Mills threatened Lindsay Langston, his girlfriend, for, since 2021. And he said, basically, if you go out and you have any boyfriends in the future, I'm going to send them the videos of us. Oh, yes, Lindsay, I still have them, referring to videos that were of sexual nature, right? So Lindsay Langston is a young girl, she's in her 20s. She doesn't know what to do. She's like, somebody help me. I have a rich, powerful congressman who happens to be an international arms dealer who is threatening to basically ruin my life.
Oh.
So she goes to court, right?
He built up quite the character for himself.
Yes. So she goes to court and she is able to get a restraining order on Corey. So your point of once a liar, always a liar. I think it's important for your audience to know that during the hearing, Corey Mills was on the stand under oath. And Lindsay's lawyer at the time had documents in her hand. And she was going out there saying, Corey, has any divorce filings? Has anybody filed for divorce in your marriage yet? And Corey said, no, nobody has filed yet. She was holding the divorce papers in her hand at the time. She walks up to Corey, hands him the papers on stand, and said, I'm going to ask you to read these papers now. And you're going to signify that you're done reading them by looking up, and we'll continue the questioning. Corey read the papers, and she said, I'm going to remind you now that you're under oath. Would you like to change your answer? And he said, yeah, actually, the divorce files, they have been filed. So this is what we're dealing with. When you see that Corey is willing to go through and lie, he makes you prove every time that what you're saying is true and what he's saying is false. Because Corey, it's just part of his personality that if he says it, you believe it's true. And guess what, guys? It's worked for so long for Corey Mills that this is why we've gotten to this point where, it's us, it's you, it's a couple. We can count on a handful of journalists and outlets that have reported on Corey Mills, that have done stories on him. But as long as he's out there still claiming, and he will continue to do so, right? There was a News Nation video of him walking down the halls of Congress, just a couple of days ago. And he said, oh, I shouldn't be lumped in with all of these people. Eric Swalwell, Tony Gonzalez, I'm not like them. He said, first of all, I'm not married. Well, he's been not married for like a month or two now. Like, this is nothing to brag about, Corey. And then he's like, and I didn't have any interns. Okay, no, but you did have a live-in DC girlfriend with an alleged assault. You had a Florida girlfriend who you actually have a restraining order. She got a restraining order against you. You had two more girlfriends, I believe, at the same time. And you were still technically married at that time because of the business of an international arms dealership. And they're trying, that's a long, hefty divorce there. You can't just unwind a business like that when you have, I believe, $66 million in debt. For the business that you have to cut through.
And I'm going to get to these headlines next, but how a lot of these relationships, when you're in a position of power, end up becoming just transactional, right? It's like, was it ever about romance? I don't know. With Corey Mills, I'll ask you a leaning question, because I was hearing this from other people too. I don't know how deep your guys' investigation ended up going to this, but apartments, billionaire apartments, parties late into the night. This is kind of the stuff that I heard about. Maybe I knew a couple ladies that may have ended up there once or twice, or heard a thing or two in a different room. Have you guys been following up on that at all? Do we know anything more about that?
Oh, I've heard about the late night loud parties, Owen. We definitely have heard about it, but at some point in time, we heard that a different outlet was going to be covering that. So we didn't do as deep of a dive into that part. We were like, listen, we can go out there, we can cover he converted to Islam. Let me state that right now. He says that he didn't. I will tell you right now, and your audience, that I have spoken to 8 people who Corey Mills himself told that he converted to Islam. He will deny it to this day. He will say, I've always been a Christian. But you and I know that there's not a mufti amongst us that is going to marry a Christian man to a Muslim woman.
He did what he had to do to make the arms deal. He did what he had to do. Whether Muslim one day, he's a Christian the next. He seems like one of those types that he
speaks fluent Arabic, I'll tell you that.
depending on what day it is, depending on where he is, he wears a different hat, a different shirt. He's a totally different person. That's kind of the vibe that I get from these stories. But okay, now he's been endorsed by Trump. The normal voices that you would think would be up in arms, screaming at the top of their lungs about this, they're all silent. So the whole thing is weird. So here's the development. Let me go through these headlines today. Corey Mills is weighing an expulsion resolution against Nancy Mace. The House is facing a deluge of tit-for-tat expulsion resolution. So Mace is looking at Mills, thinking, does Corey Mills need to be in her scope? Is kind of where that's at. Now, apparently, and I'm curious if you heard anything about this, MAGA representative threatened to call Pam Bondi to block his own arrest. Washington police attempted to arrest Representative Corey Mills for alleged assault. This is from the New Republic. Are you guys privy to that story?
So,
I mean, this has been reported. I mean, this thing was everywhere today. D.C. police sought to arrest Corey Mills after assault call. Did he call Pam Bondi? Is that how this went? What do we know?
So I know that Pam Bondi lived in the same building as Corey at the time. And so you would think that if Corey is getting in any trouble, that, you know, you're going to call your friends, especially if they happen to be close by. So Corey, as it says in there, that's a Washington Post article that came out over the weekend, which detailed all of the instances from the body cam footage of the February 19th alleged assault. And it's interesting to note because we tried to FOIA that body cam footage last summer and we were denied it. They did not give that to us. So I think it's interesting right now, Owen, the timing of everything that is happening when you have a Washington Post story come out on Saturday. You have Roger Stone going after Corey Mills on his radio show yesterday. Roger's continuing to tweet about Corey Mills. He's making jokes about how short Corey is on his Twitter this afternoon. Like there's a lot of layers that are happening. And I don't feel like this is just out of nowhere, right? Because this story has been around for a year. So the Washington Post now going after body cam footage from something that happened February 19th, 2025. You know, that's interesting to note. If we get to the Nancy Mace part of your question, well, Nancy Mace is the first person in Congress that went after Corey Mills. A lot of people, so we put out these stories starting in May of last summer.
She probably knows more than we know, and my guess is she's playing by some of the rules in D.C.
Yeah.
I don't want to be, let me try to say this as family friendly as possible. I mean, you know, Nancy Mace, she likes, I mean, she'll go into the girls' bathroom and make fun of the boys that are in there. You know, she'll go around and talk about how she had great sex in the morning. I think you guys kind of get where I'm going with this. You know, Nancy might know a thing or two about a thing or two going on in DC. So she may have even more insight into what Corey Mills is into than even we do.
I can just say, I know that Nancy Mace did a deep dive on Corey Mills last summer because while we did all that reporting over the summer, it was actually like, you know, I think it was sometime in August or September of last year when she had the vote to censure Ilhan Omar. Right. And that came up, and Corey Mills was one of the 4 Republicans that voted against it. And guess what? It failed by 1 vote. And so that's when everybody went, wait a minute. We thought that Corey Mills was one of us. Like, what the heck is happening here? Why is he voting not to censor Ilhan Omar? What's going on here? So that's actually when our story really started making waves. The first round was everybody just trying to figure out what the heck is happening right now. So from there, you had a domino effect of censure come up against Corey Mills himself, which then was referred to the House Ethics Committee to try and table it, and they would take it basically behind scenes and basically, oh, nothing to see here. But at that point in time, we already had Nancy Mace. Anna Paulina Luna was on the House floor calling Corey Mills out. Lauren Boebert was like cheering Anna Paulina Luna on the floor. And so it was just a small group of Republicans at that time that really were noticing who Corey was and all of the crazy stories, because we haven't even gotten into a lot of the financial disclosures for Corey Mills that the House Ethics Committee is actually looking into. They started doing that a year ago last March. And it's just, you know, how did you pay for this? And well, you didn't actually disclose this about your business, right? And there's so many details just within the House Finance and House Ethics and everything that's going on with Corey, his business, and all of the money that's surrounding everything.
Anna Paulina Luna today says, after 3/4 of Congress voted to block the release of the Congressional Slush Fund files, this was before 2017, mind you, she says that she and the House Oversight voted to subpoena the records. We should receive them this week, and I will post the link here once they give it to us. So that's just kind of a larger, we're just going to be doing a larger dive, let's say, into what goes on in the shadows of Washington, D.C. Where do you think this is all going? The big thing that shocked me, it's like, okay, another sex scandal in D.C., another scandalous person gets in a compromising situation, caught lying. It's like, okay, it all comes kind of, no pun intended, it all becomes very run of the mill, right?
Yes.
But then when I see that Mills got the MAGA endorsement, and there's still people on the Republican side of the aisle that are giving him the side eye, like, I don't want you here much longer, gets the MAGA endorsement. The normal voices that, anytime they see a Muslim in the room, they're going to start screaming bloody murder. They're all silent on this. What do you think what is the real story here? I can't make any sense of it, Jill. I guess that's where I'm at. This story makes no sense to me. How he gets the MAGA endorsement is like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
So I think the difference that we see here this week versus when all of this stuff was happening in like August or September of last year, well, Corey Mills he wasn't going out and doing town halls. He did that at the end of January, where his team made people in the district sign up with their emails, and they had to verify their address to make sure that you were in the district. They had signs everywhere saying you can't record any of this. Well, guess what? Corey had people protesting outside and hecklers inside. So the actual campaigning for Corey Mills wasn't going that well. And then you see in the latest article that I saw for the fundraising is that the Democrat that is running against Corey Mills is outraising him 5-1 right now. So what's the difference? Well, the money, I think, is the difference. I think that they see the writing on the wall right now is that Corey Mills is not going to be reelected. At this point, do you keep him? Do you throw everything that you have at keeping this guy who we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes of all the different things with the Islamic stuff, the stolen valor, all of the women? We haven't even gotten into like the FBI stuff for him yet. There's so many different tangents that you can choose. Pick your outrage for Corey Mills. Is this going to be the hill that you die on as the GOP if you can't actually outraise the other person? I think that the GOP thought, we have done such a good job. This man is believed to be a hero, and we are going to ride that through to another victory in November. And you see that Trump is out there endorsing terrible people.
Oh, it's over.
Corey Mills is not alone in the terrible Trump endorsements, but I think that they just thought it's easier to reelect an incumbent. We all know that. So they just threw the endorsements out for everyone, and they're just hoping for the best, knowing that November is probably not going to go so well for them.
Well, I'm thinking, well, what leverage does Corey Mills have? And, maybe it's something that we don't know. But the obvious one to me, this is the transaction that Trump seems to be making right now. He's trying to work a deal with Cornyn and Paxton. I think Mills just decided, I'm not going to campaign. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to President Trump and I'm going to say, look, here's the deal. You need my vote, period. The House majority is a single digit. It's not good. And you got people in the House that you're already at war with. You need my vote. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to endorse me. I'm going to get that WinRed money. You're going to tell them to send me that money, and we're going to keep me in the House, and I'll continue to vote for you. I think that's the only leverage he has. I think whatever's going on behind the scenes, I think it's not impacting any of these transactions. It could end up impacting the result. I don't know, but I think that's what's going on. I think Mills is just leveraging his vote right now, and Trump is protecting him at all costs because he needs that vote. That's kind of how I see it, Jill. That's my final statement on the story for today. What's yours?
Yeah, I mean, Corey Mills, he votes the right way. And that's one of the things that we see with people online. It's actually disappointing today. It's like, if you know what we know and you read all of the stories, again, pick your outrage for Corey Mills. People are still like, oh, but he votes with us. I'm sorry. Do you want a terrible human? Is this really what our country is coming to? Is this what our founding fathers intended? No. I think we can and we should do better.
Well, you know what though? If those stories that I may or may not have heard about ever start popping off again, I might decide to go to one. I don't know. Maybe I'll decide to pop in and see if there's some family fun happening in there.
Yeah, good old fashioned family fun. I don't think that's what Corey calls it.
No, he would call it agalakadukalakataala is I think how he pronounces that one, but I wouldn't know anything about that.
Assalamu alaikum, fellow Republicans.
We'd have to ask that to Corey himself. Maybe he will have to answer that. I don't know, but that's a crazy story. You guys have been at the ground of it, so anytime there's an interesting development, I always reach out to see what you think. Jill Savage, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
All right, there goes Jill. You got to try to make sense of these things in D.C., but you kind of just end up realizing that none of them make sense. Oh. And you know what I say? If it doesn't add up, you know it's corrupt. All right, taking a short break, coming back with January 6th defendant Zach Rell on that big news from last week on the other side.
You're listening to the Owen Report on the Win Network.
It's America's home for political play-by-play. It's the Owen Report with Owen Schroyer.
All right, guys, into the third hour of today's Owen Report. I don't think it's going to be the last, though, because we still got a ton of news, and we got a guest yet, plus all of your super chats. I think we're going to be needing a little overtime on a Monday, which is good. You know, you got the hockey playoffs going on right now, a lot of overtime hockey. Why not go into overtime on a April holiday, as some may consider it? All right, joining me now, Zach Rell. And Zach, big news for yourself personally, obviously, last week, but big news for many January 6th defendants. I know this has been a long struggle for you. I know this has been a long struggle for others whose lives were going to be completely thrown away by the last administration. I was one of the lucky ones. I just got a couple months and 5 years probation. Compared to some of the other stuff people went to, that was virtually a slap on the wrist. So why don't you let us know this kind of long fight that led to the developments last week? Break it down for my audience. What happened last week for the DOJ and the January 6th defendants, and then we can talk about what still needs to be done or where it goes from here. Zach, go ahead.
All right. Hey, well, thanks for having me on, and it's good seeing you again. We met back in Hershey. Years ago, but yeah, other than that, like what happened this past week was it was great. It was definitely a groundbreaking thing to happen, and it was something that's been in the works for a while. Like the star witness of our trial literally recanted his testimony in August, and right after that, I decided I was going to go pro se and represent myself to fight these allegations and try to get this on the record. And a lot of the attorneys, they didn't agree with the approach, and and it's not to throw like shade at any of those guys. It's just that they didn't think that there was enough there to be able to really overturn the case.
Let me explain this phenomenon that you're trying to put into words, but I've been through this so much. I think I can actually explain it. If I had $1 for every time my lawyers told me I've never seen anything like this, I'd have at least $20. I think probably about $20. I could maybe buy a Big Mac or something like that. No, the point is though, whenever you get into these political situations, which used to be really rare in America, right? Political persecution used to be a very rare thing in this country. Now it's very common. You've got two political persecuted victims right here, if you will, or victors, like depending on how you look at it. But what would happen? What would happen is every time I get into these politicized persecutions against myself, and you end up in the courtroom or going through the legal battle, whatever it is, I've got a handful of them. You always come from a place of your understanding of the situation, and you approach your lawyer with this, and they always kind of, again, it's not a knock on them. They're just going off of the legal status. They're just going off of the legal situation and what normally goes on in these cases. And so you try to explain, it's like, no, you don't understand. This is political persecution. Like, this isn't a normal case, a politically persecuted case. They're coming to get me. And they still have this faith that, no, the system isn't that corrupt. They still have this faith that maybe if a prosecutor or an attorney's that corrupt, the judge, like the whole court case won't be that corrupt. So they approach these things like you're going to get a shot at a fair trial, right? It's like, that's the mindset is, hey, we're approaching this. We're going to get a fair shot. We're going to be okay. And then they get through the process and they realize, no, the whole thing was rigged the entire time. So I think that that's what you're trying to explain here. That's what happened every time with my legal team is we'd get through it and they'd say, Owen, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. And I say, I know, I told you this was political persecution. So I think that's the situation. It's not a knock on the lawyers. They're just so shocked when they go through the process, how corrupt it actually is.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned, we talked to your legal team. Yeah, I know you actually had the same attorney I did at one point. You had Norm Pattis, and he was a brilliant attorney. I mean, I watched this man in trial, and this guy, like when a witness would get on the stand, like I've never seen anybody slay a witness as bad as he did. Like he was brilliant. He would do it elegantly, intelligently, and he just it was every single person who went up there dreaded having to talk to Norm Pattis, but he was no different when it came down to it. Like he was always talking about like, hey, I've never seen anything like this, and like I don't see this flying, and like I have no problem with Norm Pattis. He's a great man, but I did go separate. I did go my separate ways with him because I wanted to pursue this Jeremy Bertino recanting evidence thing, and like all the attorneys, it was not one single one. I talked to many attorneys, and they all said the same thing. There's like you don't have anything here, like that, yeah, you have to have more on file or this or that. And like I said, they were looking at it like an extraordinarily like narrow legal lens and not taking in consideration the political angle as you were mentioning. And I knew that there was a huge political angle in this, and I knew that was something that had to be pursued. But so and when I started pushing this, I didn't just file motions. I would file motions, and then I would try to get media publishing the fact that I put a motion out, and we would pump this stuff out on social media. We were trying to get pressure on the government to do the right thing in this whole thing, because like it was horrible from the beginning, from the get-go. We should have never went through what we went through from the start. And the fact that the star witness recanted his testimony and made all these explosive allegations, in my heart, I felt like it was something I needed to pursue, and I did, and I'm glad I did, because that was literally the reason why this whole entire thing it pushed the needle forward that caused this whole thing to actually break down.
So tell us what happened last week, why this is significant for you and the other January 6th defendants, and then what else needs to be done? What else can we put pressure on the administration to do to get to really get justice for January 6ers? Because I feel that we've barely crossed the line as far as what needs to be done and what needs to get attention here.
Yeah, so without rambling on too much, I could go on all day on what happened recently, but I don't want to bore the audience. But basically, I went pro se. I decided to pursue our star witness recanted his testimony in August, and he said that the FBI and the DOJ coerced him to lie and forced him to go on the witness stand and put false statements out and everything, so that way they could force this narrative, this seditious conspiracy narrative. And he was the only person on our entire trial that caused us to be convicted of seditious conspiracy. There wasn't an actual plot. There wasn't an actual plan. There was no evidence of conspiracy or anything like that. They threatened this man. They forced him to lie, and they put him on a witness stand, and they used him as their actual only source for why we should have been convicted of seditious conspiracy, which is interesting because they wanted to tie the Proud Boys to President Trump. That's the only reason why we were convicted of seditious conspiracy. It wasn't because we actually did it or anything. Anyway, August, he recants his testimony. The lawyers weren't really feeling pursuing it. So I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna do it myself. I'm gonna do what's unpopular, and I'm gonna file these motions myself. It took a while to actually get it on record, but over this past weekend, finally, after months and months and months of fighting with the courts and everything, they get this on record. I get this motion on record that we need to have this case dismissed because the star witness recanted his testimony and yada yada yada. Well, the government. The government basically tries to say that they try to kick the can down the road. They say that we need to we need to delay this litigation of this whole Jeremy Bertino thing until after all these defendants get their appeal done. And that directly contradicted what I was trying to do in the appeals court in general. Like I just before that, I filed a motion to delay the appeal brief, which is it's called an abeyance. And And the reason I did that is because I knew that they were going to try and pull these games. You know, that they don't want their misconduct coming out on record, and that's what it comes down to. And I was ruthless about pursuing this matter, and I was using the appeals court to help back me up on it. And the appeals court was about to rule in my favor to ensure that this information ends up coming out. And the moment the moment the government replied and the appeals court suspended the appeal brief, it became like literally evident that they were going to like side with me. So they end up 3 days later, the government decides that they're going to dismiss the entire case with prejudice. And I mean, I hope I didn't. I hope you were tracking there. It's when you talk this legal stuff, it gets a little redundant and confusing. But like, it was literally like a step-by-step process that I basically boxed the government into a corner, and where they only had two choices: either let this misconduct come out or dismiss the case. And they dismissed the case.
So essentially removing these convictions, or specifically getting rid of the seditious conspiracy, which they wanted to, get. That was their plan, to bring Trump down or making him ineligible to run. That didn't stick. So in other words, they looked at this case now and said, this is only going to make us look bad. We gotta remove these convictions.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, really what like it comes down to, this whole case was a fraud from the beginning. I mean, like back in let me see, way back in 2023, when they, like, for example, arrested Enrique Tarrio, for example. I mean, it was such a stretch for them to arrest him. It was insane, because the guy wasn't even there. And not only that, like the star witness who recanted his testimony, a lot of people don't know that he wasn't down there on January 6th either. So like the amount of lies that these people have told over time have just, they've been coming back to bite them at every single angle. I mean, you can only tell a lie so many times before the truth starts coming out against it. And this lie was so huge. There was so many ramifications behind it. And like I said, there was a Jamie Raskin just recently filed a opposition to our dismissal. And like, you read this thing, and this sums up the entire trial. This guy says, "Oh, it was the worst thing to happen in January at the Capitol since the War of 1812." And it's just like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, it's a blatant lie. Like, there has been bombings at the Capitol since 1812. I mean, there's been the Capitol riot that happened. There's so many things that's happened at the Capitol since 1812. So to sit there and put an actual record,
all right,
in a court,
we know they lie and exaggerate about January 6th. So I here's what I want to know, that is hopefully coming next. And I'll tell you, I don't even know if I want to say this, but I'll just go ahead. I mean, I lost faith. It's tough, because I talk to a lot of January 6ers, like I'm sure you do. And
oh yeah,
it's like, we're in a tough situation. Like I said before, I'm nowhere near, I got a couple months and 5 years probation. So I was like, that was a slap on the wrist compared to what a lot of other guys had to go through. I mean, the legal bills, everything, it all sucked. But when you talk about the actual time of your life that you lost, you can't get back, it's a different story. And so, I kind of looked at it like, I lost faith in the administration, or as far as justice for January 6ers were concerned. And I think part of the decision process for me, which was a lot different for others as well, and this isn't to say, that the January 6ers aren't, good, honorable people, but it's just to say, I realized that if I didn't totally cut from my hope that there would be justice for January 6ers, like if I didn't make that mental, philosophical, psychological cut, I wouldn't be able to do my job. I wouldn't be able to come on here and do neutral coverage and do fair coverage of the administration, because I'd constantly be thinking, is this going to hurt my chances of justice for January 6th? Is this going to hurt my chances that I might get righted by the Trump administration for everything that was wrongly done to me? So I had to kind of just let go of that and not think about it because I felt that I wouldn't be able to do my job if I was thinking about it. I wouldn't be able to do this show. Okay, so now this is happening. I'm thinking, all right, well, what really needs to be done? So I'm thinking about it again. What really needs to be done, in my opinion, is first of all, January 6ers need restitution. They have to get restitution, whether that's for the jail time or whether that's for the legal bills. I mean, we're talking restitution that's going to be a lot of money. I mean, let's just be honest. We're talking a lot of money here. The legal bills alone are going to be worth millions of dollars, not to mention some of these men that spent years in jail, You know, I got a couple months. I'd like restitution. Of course I would. I'd like restitution for my hundreds of thousands of legal bills and my time away. And I'm probably on the lower scale of things, but hell yeah, I'd like restitution. But even that shouldn't do it. The people that set us up, the people that lied, the people that wanted there to be an insurrection that day, now they need to be investigated. The other side of the aisle that wanted all of this to happen to set up President Trump and set up his supporters, they're the ones that need to be investigated. Is there any motion? Is there any movement in that direction? Do you think that there's still a chance that we could get full justice here? Or do we feel like, okay, we're kind of reaching the end of the line?
Well, when it comes to, like I said, the justice is in the eye of the beholder. Really, it really depends on what you're expecting. For you mentioned the restitution, that's in the process. Me and my co-defendants, Joe Biggs, Enrique Tarrio, Dominic Pizzola, and Ethan Ordine, we're in a basically doing a $100 million lawsuit against the government right now. Over all this. And this dismissal is really going to help, honestly, because beforehand, when we filed this motion, it was Enrique Tarrio was pardoned, but the rest of us were still convicted. We were just commuted. So, well, now that this happens, I mean, at the very bare minimum, we're looking at wrongful imprisonment for 4 years. I spent close to 4 years in prison for something I didn't do, and it's absolutely insane to actually say that, but with these vacating these charges, it opens up the door to so many more things, and it also helps all the other J6ers as well, because it sets a precedent for what should be done, and it's something President Trump has been saying from day one. When he started speaking out against this, was that we were political prisoners, all of us, and even you don't have to discredit yourself because you didn't spend 4 years, but you should have never been in prison. You were a journalist, and you know what I mean? Like the fact that they came after you and even charged you with anything at all was insanity. Like you didn't go to the building or anything, and it just highlights the absolute assault on our liberties that the government under Joe Biden did against Americans, and it needs to be rectified, and it needs to be solved, whether it's through restitution or locking people up. I don't know. I'll take the restitution. I doubt they're going to get anybody arrested because of the whole, Biden auto pen thing. I know a lot of these people were, pardoned. So I honestly, with that, like, I don't want to set the precedent of removing pardons for people because then, then what happens with Democrats who get back in power one day? Are they going to throw all the J6ers back in prison again? I don't know. So, but I'll take restitution. You know what I mean? I'll take restitution. I'm sure you wouldn't mind that either.
Well, but you said it. The removing of the convictions here is the admission that it was false, right? I mean, that's kind of like, it's like that shows how unserious the entire thing was. They were sitting here acting like it was, as you said, they were acting like it was the worst event in American history. I mean, that's what they were saying. Biggest event ever, biggest event since 9/11, all of this stuff. And now they're just kind of waving their hand and saying, oh, never mind. Forget it. It wasn't really anything to begin with. It's like, yeah, no kidding. But look at the pain you caused. Now, Trump did post about the 2020 stolen election. And to me, and I'm trying to be, I want to be friendly to everybody here. I want to be fair, but it's just like, okay, hey, they did steal the election. It's like we're reminding of, it's like, all right, we're reminded they did steal the election. Just last week, they admit that they lied about the January 6th defendants. It's like, hey, hold on a second. Let's not forget this. It's like, we do need to right this wrong here. We do need to get this thing rectified. So we got to step in the right direction. I'd like to see there be something more. I'd like to see us, if we're going to talk about the 2020 election being stolen, I mean, we were the ones that tried to stop it. I mean, we were the ones that, quite frankly, now I think it's fair to say, put our lives on the line to stop that steal. So okay, what are we going to do here? We're going to talk about the stolen election and not going to do anything about it. We're going to admit that the charges they put on these January 6th defendants were fraudulent, but that's where it's going to end. I don't know. I'd like to see another step here. And who knows? I'll just say it like this. Let's even get politically wonky. Trump, they need good grace right now. They need to score some wins. They need to get some brownie points with us. Let's just say it.
Yeah.
They need something to get themselves back in good graces with a lot of these guys. That would definitely be one way to do it. I know that would that butter my biscuit a little bit, Zach. So we can still hope for that. And God bless you for putting this, because I know you took on a big risk. I'm sure every lawyer told you not to do it. You took the risk.
Yeah.
You got the win, and so good for you, man.
Thanks, I appreciate it. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Hopefully we see something happen soon. And my message to everybody is really just to never give up. If have faith in yourself and just keep fighting. Always keep fighting. And that's my motto. That's been my motto since I was in prison. And that's how I survived. So it's going to work out in the end for everybody. I can guarantee it. You just have to fight for it. That's all.
I love that. That's a great way to end it. Great way to leave this interview. Great message to leave with the audience. Thank you, Zach.
No problem.
All right, there goes Zach. Big victory, folks. That was huge. He's the one that put it. I mean, I'm telling you, folks, he took a risk. I'm sure every lawyer was telling him he was crazy for doing it. He came out on the right side, and a lot of the January 6th community is thanking him for it, including myself. So that's why we get an update from Zach today. Okay, let's see here, guys. We got a ton of news. We still got a ton of news that we need to get to here. So let's, without wasting time, try to get through as much of it as possible before we get into our super chats. All right. Let's start here. It's official. The world is now experiencing its biggest energy crisis in history, with 600 million barrels of lost oil supply. U.S. gas prices are up 47% since December, and inflation is nearing 4% in a similar path to the 1970s. What happens next? The Kobayashi letter explains. Day 51 of the Iran war, 600 million barrels of lost oil supply, 50 billion worth of oil has been removed from the global market. This is the same amount of fuel it takes to run the world's international shipping industry for 4 months. It's unprecedented. The U.S. actually has it good compared to the rest of the world. Jet fuel prices in Europe surged over 100% amid the war's disruption. New data shows Europe has 6 weeks worth of jet fuel remaining, with many flights set to be canceled. Europe is urging people to work from home to conserve fuel. Asia has it the worst, as they are heavily reliant on the Strait of Hormuz. 45% of all oil condensate imported by Asia flows through Hormuz, the highest of any region. Asia relies on Hormuz for roughly 30% of gasoline and naphtha imports, 9% diesel, 5% of jet fuel. The question now becomes, what does this mean for the economy over the long run? While energy inflation accounts for 7% of U.S. cost CPI inflation, Consumer Price Index, it also indirectly flows into many other categories. New data shows that U.S. energy inflation hit a 287% increase annualized rate last month. Now, I can go on and on with the numbers that they break down here. I think that pretty much tells it. And who knows when the war is going to end? And with every day it continues, those numbers get worse, ladies and gentlemen. So the next round of talks set to happen in Pakistan. Trump says U.S. officials heading to Pakistan for talks, but Iran says it doesn't plan to take part. Seems like Iran is done negotiating. And unfortunately, everything Trump has said about these negotiations has either ended up being wrong or been an outright lie from the very beginning. So now, let's go back. Let's go back to Friday. Oh boy. So What did we see Friday? We saw Trump basically come out and declare victory. Basically, three things were claimed that had happened in the last round of negotiations that led to a ceasefire, if you recall. This is last Friday. Iran was going to turn over its nuclear material. Israel was going to stop bombing Lebanon, and the Strait of Hormuz was going to be open again. All right, so that was Friday morning. By Friday night, the strait was closed. Iran was not turning over the nuclear materials. And Israel was still bombing Lebanon. So you were 0 for 3. You literally struck out. MAGA completely struck out. Now, I don't want to waste time today getting into the whole MAGA thing. All right, let's just, for the sake of time today, I did enough of that Friday anyway. I think I pretty much went 5 for 5 on that Friday, so I don't need to step back up into the batter's box and swing at that deal. But let's just say it for the sake of today's news. MAGA was 0 for 3. You guys did a giant victory lap, running around, waving your flags, rubbing it in everybody's face, telling everybody to eat crow and smashing egg on their head. You guys were 0 for 3. You literally got every single thing wrong. And you know, just for the sake of it, you guys all attacked me. When I posted that video on Friday, you guys all attacked me. And I said, really? Israel's going to stop bombing Lebanon? Good luck. Really? Iran's going to let us go in there and take their nuclear material? Good luck. Really? The Strait of Hormuz is closed? We've been here before Groundhog Day. Let's see. And you guys got every single thing wrong. And not a single apology, not a single person in MAGA that was running victory laps last Friday has said, oops, I got it wrong. Not a single person has paused and said, oh, we got bad information. Oh, this one didn't happen. Why, MAGA? You guys love running around when you think you've won, and then it turns out you lost, and you got nothing to say, huh? And I'm being nice to you guys today because I know a little bit more about what's going on in these MAGA communities. But I'm going to be nice to you guys today. And I'm not going to let you know on where I may have my listening devices, where I may have my eyes and ears in your guys' little cult activities. But I do. I know what you guys are talking about all weekend and today. I know you're scared. I know you're all scared. I know this whole bravada, confidence, arrogant routine that you have on social media. I know you're all scared. I know you're all panicked. I know you're all freaking out. And I know it really hit you this weekend after Friday. And you won't say any of this publicly. You're panicked right now. I know it. I know it. And I know a lot of you guys listen to this show. So let me just tell you, it's okay. Just try being honest. It's all right. You got fooled by Trump. You got lied to by a politician. Nobody's going to blame you. Just come out and be an honest person. Just come out and join Team Honesty. Join Team America. Become an American patriot again. Leave the cult. It's okay. If last Friday wasn't enough of an embarrassment for you, just know the next one's going to be worse. Okay? So I know you guys are all in your little cult circles panicking about all of this. You're all looking at Laura Loomer thinking, holy shit, she's bat crap crazy. How do we separate her from us? You can't unless you leave. So that's just my free advice, because I know you guys are panicked, and I can't blame you. After last Friday's must be one of the most embarrassing moments of your political careers. You got them all wrong. So, okay. Now, getting to the news. So this is what Trump said. Now, tell me, guys, what does this sound like to you? What does it sound like Trump is saying to you here when he's talking about getting the nuclear material in Iran?
And somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear test? We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when fake news CNN said, well, maybe obliteration is too strong a word. Obliteration. That's so deep. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran. We're going to get it. And we're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple. And now that and somebody said,
so you know what that sounds like, guys? That sounds like boots on the ground. That sounds like boots on the ground. How are we going to get Iran's nuclear material? First of all, they've already said they're not turning it over. So that was a lie. Trump says we're going to go in there and get it. That sounds like boots on the ground, doesn't it? Boy, oh boy, is that inevitable too? Is boots on the ground inevitable in Iran? What a disaster. What a disaster. All right. So what about the aliens? Huh? We got to get the aliens eventually, right? We've been teased about the aliens. What did Trump say about the aliens over the weekend?
As you remember, I recently directed the Secretary of War. How good is Pete Hegseth doing, by the way?
Ooh, that's brutal. Hegseth is done. That's the kiss of death. Hegseth will be fired by the end of the year. That's the kiss of death right there.
To begin releasing government files relating to UFOs and unexplained aerial phenomena. And I figured this was a good crowd because I know you people, you're really into that. I don't know if I am, but so I'm pleased to report today.
So he says it like it's all a hoax. So he just basically admitted it's all a hoax. It's all an act. It's all theater. You guys are into it, but not me. So then it's not real then, right? I mean, if there's really aliens, everybody would be into that. So I guess that's Trump admitting the whole thing is fake right there.
Thought I'd save it for this crowd because you're a little bit out there, you know, a little bit. That this process is well underway, and we found many very interesting documents, I must say. And the first releases will begin very, very soon. So you can go out and see if that phenomena is correct. You'll figure it out. Let me know. Let me know. But we've had a lot of questions. It's something that really captivates the mind. There's no question about it. With you.
So it sounds like they're just about to do some big alien hoax, is what that sounds like. Trump is basically admitting it's not real. He's admitting that you're crazy if you believe it. You're out there if you think any of it's real, but he's going to do it anyway. They're going to be doing a slow release. So whenever there's a bad headline that's about to hit, that's when they're going to release the aliens. And it sounds like Trump right there is just admitting the whole thing is fake. That's what it sounds like to me. So that'll be fun. So whenever there's a bad headline day for Trump, guys, just know that that is the day. Might not be the first bad headline day, but eventually there'll be a bad headline day, and Trump's going to say, release the aliens. Can't have that. Give them the aliens now. So there you go. And it also, I think, sounds like Trump is saying the whole thing is fake. Okay. UAE asks U.S. about a wartime financial lifeline. Emirati officials speak with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about accessing dollars if the Middle East conflict drags on. So all these Gulf nation states are getting crushed by this. They were promised this wouldn't happen. Trump was supposed to be their big ally. He stabbed them all in the back. And this is why I think, guys, I'm telling you, I don't think we really know. I don't think we really know. I think that the Gulf nation states are kind of in the balance. I think a lot of these foreign countries, a lot of these foreign leaders, including the Gulf nation states, I think they had a relationship with Trump. I think they liked Trump. I think at one point they trusted Trump. Maybe they still do. But now I think they're looking at this situation a lot differently. Now, they are not willing yet to turn on Trump. They're not willing yet to think that Trump has betrayed them. They're still kind of holding out hope that Trump is going to get a deal done, or they still trust Trump enough to shut their mouth about the disaster that this war is. But I see the Gulf nation states now sitting back. Whatever status we had with them a year ago, I see the Gulf nation states, and I think that status is gone. I don't think the Gulf nation states feel like we have their best interests at all. And now that this Iran war disaster has hurt them the most, I think that they're looking at Trump and they're saying, hey, bro, hey, we're getting crushed here. What can you do for us? I mean, we're supposed to be friends. What, hey, can we get some money at least? Like, what, can we get anything out of this deal? And of course, they're going to get nothing. They're just going to continue to get their tourism economy collapsed. They're going to continue to watch Trump prioritize everything and anything Israel needs. They're going to get ignored. And this war in Iran has not been good so far. And so they're being negatively impacted. And they're saying, well, what gives? This wasn't supposed to be the deal, Trump. We were all supposed to be making money. Everything was supposed to be cheap. We were supposed to be peacetime. Yet just now it's wartime. Everything's more expensive and we're getting crushed. So I think the Gulf nation states are kind of just sitting back right now and they don't really trust anybody. They're not really sure where they need to go in their own interests. But here's the one trend that remains. Trump is stabbing all of our potential allies or all of our partners in the back. He's betraying all their trust, and he's going to end up isolated on an island with Netanyahu, which is the last place you want to be. You know what ends up happening to everyone that ends up on the plot of land with Israel, right? Do you know what happens to literally all of them? No, let's not go there. So I think it's just more of a sign that Trump has just isolated himself and our country in the international community now because he's stood with Israel and everything. He doesn't even stand in America's interests anymore. Trump just stands on Israel's interest, and the whole world sees it now. The only goons, the only goobers that don't see it is MAGA. That's it. They're the only ones. The entire world sees it now. And eventually you guys will see it too. And maybe Laura Loomer will become so toxic and disgusting that might be your final straw. Maybe. Or maybe you guys want to be in bed with that. Hungary must arrest Netanyahu if he visit, Magyar says. And this is the recently elected Magyar. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, wanted by the International Criminal Court, is due to visit Hungary later this year. Hungary's Prime Minister-elect, Peter Magyar, said Monday that his country must take Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu into custody if he enters Hungarian territory while wanted by the ICC. So I have a feeling Netanyahu will be canceling his visit to Hungary. And look at the trend here, folks. Orban, who was once very popular in Hungary, Orban, who is once considered a very populist, nationalist leader in Hungary, made a friend in Netanyahu and lost an election. Same thing. Argentinian President Milei, nationalist, populist, gets in bed with Netanyahu, poll ratings tanked. Trump, nationalist, populist, gets in bed with Netanyahu, poll ratings tanked. New Prime Minister of Japan, Nitschke or whatever her name is, populist, nationalist, gets elected, gets in bed with Netanyahu, approval ratings tank. Every single country, folks. MAGA is the only group dumb. MAGA is now the dumbest group on the planet, the only one that can't see what's going on here. The only one. Yikes. Maybe they'll have Kash Patel's back until Trump tells him not to. FBI Director Kash Patel sues The Atlantic for $250 million over story on alleged drinking and absences. You may have seen this story. FBI Director Kash Patel filed a defamation lawsuit against The Atlantic on Monday, saying a recent story about his alleged frequent drinking and absences included false and obviously fabricated claims. Here's the original headline. This is from April 17th. The FBI director is MIA. Kash Patel has alarmed colleagues with episodes of excessive drinking and unexplained absences. Well, I can't say, I don't know. I don't know who knows about this, who doesn't know about this. All I can do is go off of what we do know, what is publicly available, which is, I would say, the following information. In some of the biggest events since Kash Patel has been the FBI director, he is either not at the big press conference or he has very little or nothing at all to offer as far as information is concerned. That's a little concerning. So maybe that will give you an idea if there's any relevance or reality to this story or not. Maybe not. But here's the one where I think he's screwed, quite frankly. I think he's toast. He is the one who went to went to Italy on the private jet and was pounding brewskis with the hockey team. So, I mean, that is like literally you leaving the country to go drink beer. And it's all on video, by the way. You chugging beers. You literally are pouring beers on your face. We have video of Kash Patel popping bottles and pouring beer on himself. So, hey, have fun. Whatever. If I was the FBI director, I don't know. But yeah, I guess if I could get access to the U.S. men's hockey team gold medal celebration and, pour bottles on me, I guess I'd be pouring some brewskis. But I'm not the FBI director. And I'm not the one that had a story claiming I was absent from country drinking beer. He is. And we all saw him do that after the U.S. men's team. So I think he's probably screwed on that deal. I don't know. We'll see what happens when this thing gets to court. But, it's just crazy now. He's suing. His girlfriend is suing for defamation. It's just crazy now. Everybody sues. This is how everybody deals with it now, is everybody suing. This is what the left used to do, and now it's the right doing it too. It's all a mess. It's all a mess. But I don't know how Kash is going to be able to do this when he's on video pouring beers all over himself. Here's the statement he made. Memo to the fake news. This was after the story was published. The only time I'll ever actually be concerned about the hit piece lies you write about me will be when you stop. Keep talking. It means I'm doing exactly what I should be doing. And no amount of BS you write will ever deter this FBI from making America safe again and taking down the criminals you love. Well, it seems that it is doing exactly that since you've decided to get litigious. So it would appear that your litigious reaction to this tells me that you are concerned. And now you are going to be involved in a case here. So it seems like that will distract from what you are to do, that will deter from your FBI duties. I don't know how it wouldn't. Anybody that's been involved in these cases knows it does. But okay. I mean, can you imagine? It's just... And this is why, folks, MAGA is it's just so bad. You can get away with this stuff if you're actually winning. You can get away with this stuff if you're actually delivering for your constituents. You're delivering for the voter base. You're delivering for the American people. They're not. They're not delivering. You can't rest on your victories. You have none. And I will say, the crime rates are definitely down. That is a victory. I'd say if there's two victories the Trump administration can stand on, crime rates are down and the border is secure. That's about it. The January 6th, okay, you're getting close to full justice there. So, okay, maybe the January 6th stuff, I'll give you that too. But big scale, big scope, everything, you guys are not delivering on some of the most important promises. And the approval rating says that. So you can't get away with this stuff. And the fact that you don't even have the basic situational awareness as the FBI director. All right, you're going to go to the hockey game. You're going to go shake their hands. It's like, okay. No, you went into the locker room and you were pouring beers on your own face and head. And now you're going to go in front of a judge and say, Your Honor, I don't drink and I don't leave the country. And the judge is going to say, sir, here's a video of you in Italy pouring beers on your head. Not very good situational awareness there. Now you're kind of in trouble. Good luck. Good luck. We got the World Cup coming up here. It's hard to believe. It's just a couple months away. U.S. to bar World Cup attendees tied to anti-Semitism abroad, envoy says. The United States will ban individuals accused of promoting anti-Semitism from attending the 2026 FIFA World Cup. U.S. anti-Semitism envoy Rabbi Yehuda Kaplan announced, saying coming to this country is a privilege, not a right. And you used to have a right to free speech, but not anymore in this country. And Rabbi Yehuda Kaplan brags about how they use the internet and they use AI data and SEO data to track down anti-Semites and ban you from the country. And now you can't attend the World Cup. And the obvious question is, Well, what is considered anti-Semitic? And of course, we all know the answer to that. If you don't support Israel, if you don't believe Israel is the most important thing in the world, if you don't think the IDF is the most moral military in the world, basically, if you don't get on your knees and worship Israel and you don't accept that you are a second-class citizen to Israel, then you're an anti-Semite. So let's just see how this one goes. Let's see how they ban people from going to the World Cup if they're guilty of quote-unquote anti-Semitism. So that is a crime now, folks. So that is a speech crime. This is really the first speech crime we've ever seen. This is really the first international speech crime that has ever existed. Think about it. There have been free speech issues in this country. There have obviously been political censorship issues in this country. There has been some small incidents of political persecution for speech. I happen to be one of those incidents. I went to prison for speech. But even in my case, the genesis wasn't necessarily something I said. The genesis was me being there on January 6th, and then they just used the things I said to throw me in jail. So I don't even know if you could make the case that my free speech imprisonment was the moment where they declared speech to be criminal. This is it. This is the big moment. This is the big reveal. Now they have done it. There is now speech that is considered illegal. There is now an unspoken but agreed upon international law that anti-Semitic speech is illegal, and you're not allowed to come into the United States of America if you engage in anti-Semitic speech. You'll be deported from the country if you engage in anti-Semitic speech. If you're caught as an American engaging in anti-Semitic speech, there's likely going to be a punishment inflicted upon you. This is it. This is the first ever time where the entire world, the international community, can look at something and say, is speech illegal? There is only one time where certain speech gets punished, only one instance, and that is anti-Semitism. And we all know why that is. And it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It has nothing to do with racial bigotry or hatred or anything like that. It has everything to do with Israel's interests and Israel's agenda and anybody who might stand in the way. That's all this has to do with. And now they're telling you, if you don't support Israel's agenda, if you don't support Israel's interest and Israel's agenda in the Middle East, you're an anti-Semite, you're banned from this country. So where do we live then? Where do we live? If anti-Semitic speech is now illegal in this country, then what country do you live in? Do you still live in the United States of America? I wonder if any of this will ever make it to the Supreme Court, where they've been hit by another leak. SCOTUS hit by bombshell leak of secret shadow docket memos. The Supreme Court has increasingly relied on ruling on high-stakes policy through the shadow docket. And apparently, this has been leaked. The origins of the Supreme Court's secretive shadow docket have been revealed, providing a glimpse into how the justices began bypassing traditional procedures to issue rulings. A new bombshell report from the New York Times, based on internal memos, reveals how the court has been using this to rule on high-stakes matters. Chief Justice Roberts could learn from baseball great Ted Williams when it comes to leaks. The New York Times published internal memos from justices on the use of the shadow docket to issue rulings. Another leak of confidential information rocked the Supreme Court. The last time something like this happened was the Dobbs decision, the abortion decision, which we all know they leaked that for the election. They leaked that for the Democrats to use abortion for the election. And you never found that leaker, did you? Of course not, because it'd be impossible. Nobody could find them. But if you whispered a secret anti-Semitic statement in a middle school bathroom, the DOJ would be flying out of helicopters and going down on ropes, bashing in the windows and doors to arrest you. But they can't find that leaker. They just can't find it, guys. They just have no idea. So nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Even though maybe they were committing some light treason? Leaked memos reveal just how much the Supreme Court has betrayed the Constitution, all in service of its corporate patrons. Oh! Over the weekend, the New York Times published a trove of personal memos from the members of the Supreme Court outlining the court's promiscuous use of the so-called shadow docket that has become the carefully constructed conservative majority's favorite workaround to kill policies it doesn't like and support causes that it and the corporate sponsors do. This report is an astonishing leak of private communications between the justices. It bespeaks a court at war with itself, completely out of the control of Chief Justice John Roberts. The best evidence of the latter contention is the fact that Roberts emerges from these memos as a complete hack. Yes, well, that's because he's a cuck bitch who's too afraid to deal with the liberal ideologues that have corrupted the Supreme Court. And it's very likely that one or more of Trump's nominees have decided to take part in this. So here's how it goes. You put these radicals on the bench, and in the past it's always been liberals, but I'm not so sure Coney Barrett doesn't have her own little radical bent. So you have these leftist ideologues that get on the Supreme Court, and they don't think about the Supreme Court as the final ruling, the final law of the land. They don't look at it like that. They don't look at that seat that they're in as a major privilege. They don't look at that as a big role in the larger American justice system. No, these leftists get in there, these liberals get in there, and they look at it of, okay, how can I leave my mark? How can I get in here and impart my ideologies and impart liberal progressivism permanently in this country? How can I use my seat on the Supreme Court to inflict America with leftist, liberal, progressive ideology? And it destroys the whole thing. And then once you see the left doing it, then the right does it in their own ways. And then once they see they can make a bunch of money off of it, then the whole thing gets corrupted, like Justice Sotomayor did. So that's what's happened. The Supreme Court has been totally corrupted. Chief Justice Roberts has let it happen. And the only one at this point, it seems like the only one with full integrity is Clarence Thomas. Seems to be the only member of the Supreme Court that actually has his full integrity in place. Justice Clarence Thomas, an American icon. It seems everybody else has become corruptible. And the left, when they didn't look at this as a revered position of law and justice, they looked at it as a revered position for them to inflict their ideologies into this country. Oh boy, what else do we have here? Let's start the pile drive. Trump administration to begin refunding $166 billion to businesses in wake of Supreme Court decision. So in other words, you're not getting a Doge check. You're not getting a tariff dividend. No, you actually paid the tax. You paid more for the tariffs. And now the Trump administration is going to bail out all of the businesses that they now owe money because of these illegal tariffs. What a nightmare this was. What an absolute nightmare this tariff situation was. And you know what? I'm not even in agreement with the Supreme Court. I think Trump should be able to do these tariffs, but it just shows you how they never had a real plan, folks. Trump never had a real plan. He got bad advice, and now this whole thing is getting stuck right back to him. And you, the American consumer, you paid the price of this tariff, and now the businesses are getting a refund from the government, and you got screwed. What a complete disaster. This was such a failure. Again, whether you want to blame it all on Trump at the Supreme Court, but it ends up being Trump's massive failure. Whether it was his fault or not, this ended up being a massive, huge, ginormous failure of President Trump's, the tariffs. Really bad. Virginia, bad news. Voters say they feel confused and misled on Virginia's redistricting vote. This is happening tomorrow. what to expect in Tuesday's special election on Virginia's redistricting. Oh my gosh, guys. This is bad. This is really bad. And you know, it's a weird thing with Virginia. First, when Virginia elected Glenn Youngkin, that was kind of that was like the game plan where you looked at, say, 2022, even 2024 maybe, and you said, okay, how did Glenn Youngkin win Virginia? How did Glenn Youngkin flip Virginia and become a populist candidate? Was it policy or was it approach? And it turned out it was approach. And what they discovered in the Newsom campaign was Youngkin campaign. In the Youngkin campaign, Youngkin was able to go out to rural Virginia, go out into the sticks, go out into the woods, go out into the forgotten areas, and he essentially overwhelmed the deep blue district. He overwhelmed the population-dense blue districts with all of the surrounding areas that went red. So that kind of became a game plan for Republicans. It was, hey, overwhelm the metropolitan vote with the country vote, to put it simply. So that worked. Well, now the Democrats are using Virginia to create their path to victory. So the Democrats know Trump is down bad. The Democrats know that MAGA and the Republican Party is down bad, and they have an opening right now. They have an opening to slide as many things past the goalie politically as possible, since the GOP is weak. And I mean, outside of Trump being president, what power does the Republican Party even have right now? They can't get their act together in the House. They can't get their act together in the Senate. Trump has betrayed his base. MAGA's dead. So here you go, guys. We just fought for years to give the Republican Party everything with the mandates, and they turned it into nothing. They're going to turn it into a big Democrat victory. So this brings us to Virginia. So what are they doing in Virginia? So they're going to put this redistricting vote up there. They know the Democrats are favored to win huge. And so that's why they're doing it. So tomorrow, the Democrats are betting that Republicans aren't going to show up to vote. And it's probably a safe bet, considering the Democrats have won every special election since Trump got into office. The Republicans are over. They're over, guys. The Democrats are literally undefeated since Trump got into office. That's what a disaster Trump has been, including flipping some seats in the House. So here's what's going to happen. The Democrats are going all in tomorrow that they're going to win, and they're going to redistrict Virginia, and they are going to gerrymander Virginia into a Democrat majority, a Democrat super majority, mind you. Super. And then the Democrats are going to look at that and they're going to say, oh, well, why don't we do that in Texas? Why don't we do that in California? And they're going to try to take that and do it everywhere. And they will do it. The Republicans actually try to be fair. Like when the Republicans redistrict, they actually try to do it so it's fair. They don't try to rig elections with it. That's what the Democrats do. But now that the Republicans are losing everything, the Democrats are going to get right back in there, redistrict everything they can, and it's over. I mean, I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you right now, Trump's legacy is going to be the greatest Democrat president of all time. And it's ironic because the whole idea was he's going to be the next gold standard for a Republican president. And yet, tell me what conservative victories Trump is going to be able to take home when it's all said and done. What Republican victories is the GOP going to look at and say, this can sustain us in multiple election cycles? There is nothing there, folks. There is nothing there. There's been no economic reform. There's been no tax reform. The Democrats can reopen the border tomorrow if they want. They can start arresting people again if they want. Nothing. The Republicans, the GOP, the Trump administration has done nothing, folks. Nothing that can lead to political victories. So the Democrats are going to get in there. They're going to win these midterms, and they're going to redraw lines to make sure Republicans can't win for 2 election cycles. And that will put the Democrats in charge of the Senate, the House, and the White House in 2028. And you know who did that? Donald Trump. That's how bad this deal is going. I don't want to sit here and watch this happen. I don't want to see Democrats win 2 straight election cycles. I'm just telling you this is where it's going. I'm just telling you this is where the direction of the country is headed. And ultimately, Trump will be the one that gives Democrats the House, the Senate, and potentially the White House back in 2028. And not only that, because the Democrats know they're about to win these elections so big, they're putting redistricting on the ballot right now when Republicans are weaker than they've ever been. So they're going to vote to redistrict, and then they're going to vote themselves into power permanently for 2 or 3 election cycles. And the Republican Party that has all the power in the country can't do anything to stop it because they refuse to deliver for the American people. And ultimately, Trump will be the one that ushers in a Democrat dynasty, not a Republican dynasty, not a Trump dynasty, which is what we should have had. He instead is going to usher in a Democrat dynasty, and it could get so bad that they could flip Texas blue. That's how bad it could get. I'd say right now, it's like 52% the Republicans can maintain the Senate in Texas. I'd say 52%. If it's Paxton, it's like 55, 56%. If it's Cornyn, it's like 50%. Yikes. Yikes. All right, let's see what else we want to get to today. See if there's anything we want to get to today. All right, let's do this. Oh, boy. Let's go to some of the MAGA sycophants. Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza, what can Dinesh do to support Trump today?
I'm going to talk about the Epstein files, and I'm going to make the case that even though there are unanswered questions about Epstein, it is in fact time to move on. I'm going to talk about...
He says, this is hilarious. So we don't know anything about the Epstein files. They could have been raping kids. He could have been blackmailing our entire country. He could have been an asset for a foreign country that was blackmailing our country into their deed. Like Epstein, this whole thing could have been as bad as it is, but we got to move on. Listen to this. Folks, if this isn't the cuck mindset, if this isn't why the American people are losing everything, if this isn't why the GOP is the most pathetic party, even worse than Democrats, I don't know what is. Here's Dinesh D'Souza admitting, yeah, Epstein might have been the worst person in the history of the world, blackmailing our entire country, but we need to just move on. I mean, listen.
The Epstein files, and I'm going to make the case that even though there are unanswered questions about Epstein, it is in fact time to move on.
How convenient. I'm to the point now. Anybody that's saying that now I think is blackmailed. Guys, I have to tell you, I got to say this. I am in such a weird spot right now because, first of all, my instincts are already like anti-political, if that makes sense. I don't really have political instincts. I don't act like a politician. I wasn't drawn to political media. I don't really trust the people in the political world. And so I see all of these people that I have some form of a relationship with, professionally mostly, maybe sometimes personally. And I see all of this stuff happening, like with Dinesh and others, and I want to get along, but I can't help it. I'm looking at this and I'm like, dude, are you in the files? Like, what the hell? It's a really weird thing to balance this stuff right now. And it's like, because part of my instincts is just go isolationist. I talk about that. Like, just go isolationist. Don't do interviews, anything. But people want interviews. You got to interview people. You got to do subject stories. You got to get this stuff, you got to put this stuff on your channels and make sure you're covering it. So there's like, I'm trying to balance these things. But it's just like, oh my gosh, dude. It's like, I can't. It's kind of like the Don Jr. Skittles. I think it was Don Jr. said if you knew one of those Skittles was poisoned in the bowl, you wouldn't reach in and grab it. It's like, I feel that way about people in the political world. I do. And I don't even want to get too deep into it. But like, I mean, there's a reason I don't like Washington, D.C. There's a reason why I don't go hanging around Washington, D.C. There's a reason why I don't feel any desire to go and hang out at Mar-a-Lago. Not against the people that do. You make your own decisions in life. There's a reason I don't. There's a reason I don't, folks. I mean, it's like, I ain't like that. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, I'm not like that, bro. I don't swing that way, bro. It's like, I'm good. It's a nice wife you got there. I'm good. I don't do that, bro. And so I just see it now. It's like, dude, it's like, I just don't want to associate with any of these people. Like, I don't even know what to think. Like, look at Laura Loomer. Here's a girl that I once considered a friend, would stay in regular touch with. And it's like, holy shit, she's bat crap crazy. She's a psychotic freak. She belongs in a rubber room. And she's like influencing Trump now. It's like she's like in Trump's pocket with a megaphone. It's like, oh my God, even Trump. It's like, even Trump. It's like, even you, Trump. So this whole thing has been, it's been so weird. My instinct is like, I don't want to deal with any of you people. I don't want to go anywhere near Mar-a-Lago. I don't want to go anywhere near Washington, D.C. I don't want to be anywhere near any of you guys. Because I never know. You never know. It's like, even I see, like, somebody brings up Valentina Gomez. It's like, even I actually like Valentina more because it's like, at least with her, I get it. It's like, at least with Valentina, I know that she's just wild and crazy and just like, it's like, okay. It's like, she's no real threat to me. But it's like, yeah, it's like, that's what we're dealing with here. It's like, I am so not like these people. I don't even want to associate. I don't even want to be near you guys. I don't get you. I can't relate to you. And most people can't, by the way. I'll never forget. I went to a party in D.C. It's probably like 2018 or 19. MAGA was hot. MAGA was big. And I was like a big popular guy at this time. So we were probably like 2018 or so. And I walk into this DC party, and the MAGA people all recognize me and come want to shake my hand and take pictures or whatever. And I kind of get through that process, and I get to the bar area, and there's a bunch of, you can see like the hoity-toity politicos at the bar. I walk up to the bar area. I'm wearing a polo and jeans. And some guy was like, oh yeah, this is Owen Schroyer or whatever. And this guy with his group, he's got some girls in dresses, some guys in suits. He looks and goes, oh. It's like, oh, you're wearing jeans? You're wearing jeans? It was like, that was the moment where all of my assumptions about DC political culture, it like rushed over me. like a wave. And I was like, listen, bro. I just got off a flight. I literally just landed to come hang out with my friends. So yeah, I didn't race to go put my suit on. And I didn't stay much longer after that. It's like, that's what I want you guys to know this. I want you guys to know this, actually. You are probably a much better person than the people that are actually involved in politics. And I don't want to make a blanket statement about everybody in DC or everybody involved in politics, because I've met some great people. All right. I've met some really fantastic people, and I've got great friends. There are definitely great people. Generally speaking, these are not people you want to be around. These people are not cooler than you. They're not funnier than you. They're not better looking than you. They're probably not even richer than you. They're nothing. All they have is their DC status. That's it. All they have is their DC status, and they can go take a picture at the fancy event, take a picture at the political event, post it on social media, and pretend like they have this wealth and status. They have nothing. You guys, I would rather hang out with you guys 100 out of 100 times than go to some DC elite party. I would rather hang out with my listening audience than go to Mar-a-Lago, than go to the White House. I don't relate to these people. I don't get these people. I don't feel I have anything in common with these people. And just when you think you do, just when you think we do have something in common, like this whole MAGA, populist, nationalist common sense, what ends up happening? MAGA turns out to be a sycophantic, psychotic cult. So it's like, oh, I guess really none of you. So here's another example. Bill Mitchell. I mean, this guy's head, this guy's got to have a neck injury the way his head has been twisting and turning. Bill posts this today. And like Bill, I give Bill enough credit where he's able to get into it and have a debate on social media, and he just, he believes his thing, but he doesn't get nasty. Bill Mitchell seems like maybe a normal guy. But his head, Bill, I mean, honestly, do you need a masseuse? Do you need a deep tissue neck massage? Because, brother, you have been jerking your neck left and right. It's got to be twisting you up. He says, by allowing Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz, Trump is making them irrelevant because he is forcing the rest of the world to find ways around Hormuz. He says it's so brilliant. So, Bill, just last week, you said that it was open. Then it was closed. Then Trump closed it. Then it was open. Like, what? It's like you guys will literally just take whatever Trump tells you and then spin it into something good, even if he said the exact opposite last week. So last week, the strait is open. This is why Trump is a genius. This week, the strait is closed. This is why Trump is a genius. My goodness. My goodness. All right. I think the rest of this can wait till tomorrow. I think we can do the rest of this tomorrow. We'll get to the super chats. We'll go into some overtime with the super chats. The AI stuff, we can do that tomorrow. Some of these other stories I think we can do tomorrow. Just going through the rest of the news. Yeah, I think we can do the rest of this tomorrow, guys. So let me do this. Let me take a short break. By the way, Steve Jobs has stepped down. Steve Jobs. Yeah, I definitely need to just take a short break and go to Super Chats. Tim Cook, not Steve Jobs. Tim Cook has stepped down at Apple. Tim Cook out at Apple. Been a crazy 2026.
You're listening to the Owen Report on the Win Network.
No. No.
It's your favorite podcaster's favorite podcast, The Owen Report with Owen Schroyer.
No. No. Nobody is snorting crash out energy. Calm down. Nobody is snorting crash out energy here. No, just drinking it, guys. Calm down. Calm down. Are you guys celebrating? Are you guys engaging in some holiday festivities today? Careful out there. Be careful now. All right. Oh, yeah. There's no energy shortage when you have crash out energy. I like that. We've been trying to come up with a potential slogan. I was thinking crash out energy, the only energy that doesn't make you crash out. But no crash out was snorted in the break. We consume crash out before the show. Just so we're all clear on that deal. Has anybody gotten theirs in the mail, by the way? Was anybody able to get some? Let me know. I'm going to go through I know a lot of you that ordered crash out did priority shipping. So some of you may have already received it. I hope I get some reviews in the super chat. If not, I'll look into the chat once we get through these super chats, see if anybody has tried the crash out. I'd like to get a review on that. All right, here we go. Wifey starts us off. The world is cruel and evil. It was just one morning that I rejected you. It's one morning. Calm down. It's going to be fine. Carooster. Recent oil refinery fires. Oh, I saw this list. This list looks a lot shorter than the one I saw. Carooster. India, April 20th. Russia, April 20th. Australia, April 15th. Russia, April 5th. Texas, March 21st. Ecuador, March 1st. There was also one in Russia, April 17th. So that's a short list, but yeah, I agree. None of this is coincidence. Yep. Dust Vault just touched down in Little Tel Aviv. I mean, Miami. If I don't know. No, I think New York City is Little Tel Aviv and Miami would be like Jerusalem, or maybe the other way around. I don't know. BB Benko got my BOGO Chipotle slop wearing superior Blackhawk sweater. What does that have to do with BOGO Chipotle slop? Am I missing something? Unlike your stinky blue sweater. Best rivalry in sports. You know, I was thinking about that. Somebody said, were the Yankees playing the Red Sox this weekend? I can't remember. There was some sports rivalry happening this weekend, and I said nothing is better than the Chicago-St. Louis sports rivalry. And the reason I say that is because I think it has the most mutual respect, where I can go to a game at Wrigley Field and I mean really just go all out. And I know I'm going to have fun. Like I can go to Wrigley Field and act like a jackass, and I'm going to come out untouched because it's fun. Everybody has fun. A Cubs fan can come to Busch Stadium, act like a jerk, and it's still fun. Nobody's going to try to punch you or pour a beer on you. Everybody's going to laugh and have a good time. That's what the Cubs-Cardinals rivalry is. That's why I think it is the best. Blues, Blackhawks, it's hockey. It gets a little more intense. I will say the Blackhawks might have the best sweater in hockey. They might. There is a fair argument to be made. The new Blues jerseys are awesome, but they fudged this deal so badly. For an organization that does so much right, they fudged this New Jersey situation so bad. It blows my mind, actually. They basically have two jerseys. They have an away jersey and a home jersey, and they're two totally different jerseys. And I'm scratching my head. Both the home and the away jersey need to be the away jersey, and you just have to flip the colors, obviously. So when you're home, you wear the blue, and when you're away, you wear the white now. But they have a totally different home jersey. It's got different stripes, different everything. The home jersey sucks. They blew it on the home jersey. The St. Louis Blues away jersey, top notch, competes with the Blackhawks. They blew the home jersey, though. They just need to get rid of the home jersey and just make it the away jersey with the home colors. That's all they got to do. So I don't know how they blew that one. But you know what? The Hawks are worse than the Blues, and the Blues have won a Stanley Cup more recently, so suck on that. PFF, Painting Day. Single stroke painting day. Gigi is sad. Argentina is becoming a Zio S-hole. Tay-Tay. That situation with the forest fires is getting worse. I've just decided I've just quit covering that, but it's getting even worse than it was originally, guys. They're just giving them the land. It's crazy. It's crazy. So Malay's not going to win a second election. He's going to get voted out because of the same betrayal we're dealing with Trump. Uncle H didn't flee Argentina for it to become Zio. The final revenge, man. They're going to take Argentina from Hitler's lineage. They're going to find whatever's left in bags. Andrew Wilson said on a live stream over the weekend that there is no evidence Epstein was a sex trafficker, and people who care about that issue are blindly following a trend based on emotions. Well, that's just like his opinion, man. And maybe, let's hawk some tickets. Maybe he'll bring that up at our debate, which is in a week. I can't believe it. It's in a week, guys. It's in a week. Guys, come out to the University of South Carolina next Monday. I'm debating Andrew Wilson on is Trump a success or not? Has the second Trump administration been a success or not? Uncensoredamerica.us. Just click events, and it's the first one that pops up. Uncensoredamerica.us. Click events. I hope to see you at the University of South Carolina. Very much looking forward to debating Andrew Wilson. He is a great debater. No doubt about it. And I look forward to that. That'll be mutual respect. We'll see if Epstein comes up. H1 Byron spammed me. I hit spam him back with fishback. Oh, you must be talking about like donor requests and stuff. We won the war. It's not a war. We've always been at war with Oceania. War never met her. Open the effing strait. I told you I want to close the strait. That's about right. It's about right. You could throw in a couple more, but yeah, you got it. Remember when Trump promised mass deportations and no new wars? So long ago now. It's hard. Thank you, Jet. Jose Navarro, can you set up hot buttons for the time Trump contradicts himself like Obama is going to take us to a round war to now presidents should had the guts? What do you mean, like hot buttons? Oh, like audio drops. Like whenever there's an Iran news story and then I just play Trump saying it's not going to happen. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah, well, that's a lot of work that I don't think really adds much. I think everybody knows it. Major issue here is Democrats cried wolf way too many times. Nobody trusts them when we need everyone to call Trump out. Yeah, well, they're a victim of their own lunacy. They're a victim of their own nonsense in that regard. And now Trump gets to use that as a buffer, actually. So now the Democrat hysteria is actually working in favor of Trump, ironically enough. Owen Jones Schroyer, Energy Secretary, says gas prices won't be below $3 until 2027. You're talking about Chris Wright. I also saw Susie Wiles. She went on, I think it was an MS Now panel. It might have been an NBC special this weekend. Susie Wiles said the exact same thing. So I guess that's the new White House talking point. But Susie Wiles said over the weekend, gas will not be below $3 till at least 2027. Great news, man. Great news for the midterms. 2016, lock her up. 2026, hope and change. Well, no, actually, Trump likes the Clintons now. Big Mike, 2028, for reals. I don't think the Obamas want to get anywhere near it. And, Obama must be thanking Donald Trump now. After the first Trump administration, Trump made Obama look like an ass. Now, after the second Trump administration, Trump is making Obama look like not so bad. Caroline, boom, 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 boom. Her blue Lulus. I'm going to miss Caroline when she goes away for that baby. She's pregnant right now. We're going to miss Caroline. We're going to miss those big boom, boom, booms. Everybody knows. EM, Blues and Stanley Cup playoffs. How are they doing? Is that a gotcha thing? I talked about that last week. No, the Blues are not in the playoffs. But I got to say, the NHL playoffs have started, and there's probably no better competition in sports than the Stanley Cup playoffs. Maybe the World Cup, but, when you get scoreless games, it kind of, if there's a tiebreaker, then it goes to the NHL. So, no Blues this year. No Blues. But the NHL playoffs are on. Probably the funnest sports competition on the planet, on American soil, is the Stanley Cup playoffs. Tiny hat problems require tiny mustache solutions. Cornelius Westernmost, appreciate the 420 commentary. I, too, believe it should be legal, but have very mixed feelings about it. Being in the industry, I've witnessed the absolute zombification of society over the last 6 years. Yeah, there's no doubt legalizing it has its problems, just like making it illegal has its problems. I mean, you could decriminalize. They've decriminalized in Austin. It hasn't changed too much, but, there's spots where you can go and, people are going to be there smoking or whatever. So you can take, you can take your pipes, you can take your joints and your bongs and everything and go hang out at these spots and you'll be safe. But it's like, I don't like going, like if I go to St. Louis, you just smell weed everywhere now. It's like, I don't even care about weed. Honestly, I couldn't care less. It's just, I don't want that to become, it's like, I don't want to walk around and smell smoke and a bunch of burnout people walking around. Like, it's too much. It's too much. Like, there's got to be a happy medium. But I don't know. It's kind of like with booze. Like, some places don't let you walk around with an open container. It's like, well, why? That's stupid. So I don't know. That one's a little tough as far as what is the best thing, what is the right thing. I don't know. But it's 420 today, so I think since it's the holiday, everybody gets a pass today, right? The cops won't come after you today. That's the rule. Corey Mills wrote DJT's Praise Allah post for Easter. I doubt that, but I get the joke. It's kind of funny. Did you talk with AJ? He loves you. Reunite. No, still no word after I sent him that message. Still no word. Connie Reloaded. Happy B-Day, Uncle A. You were too good for this world. Uncle Argentina. That's what you're talking about. Uncle Argentina. Thank you. Happy birthday, Grandpa. You were right. Miss you. It's your grandpa's birthday today, too? My goodness. We're loading them up. Owen Studio. Kosher dinner tonight. Everything kosher, guys. Everything kosher. That's how you know you're getting the good food and not the slop. If you don't want goy slop, eat kosher. MTG is now asking questions on assassination attempt. I saw that. So look, I'm not going to get too heavy into that, but I'm following the story. It seems the questions are not, I mean, look, let's be honest. They might not believe the official story anymore. That's not how they're framing it. So let's just be honest. They're framing it because Trump has essentially shut down the investigation. Essentially, what is coming out of D.C. now is we don't want to know who Thomas Crooks is. We don't want to look into the attempted assassination. They just want to be done with it. They want to wipe it away, which is weird, to say the least, maybe suspicious. So that's all they're saying. They're saying, why is D.C. covering this up now? Why is the Trump administration trying to sweep this under the rug and forget about it? That's the angle they're taking. They might not believe it. They might think it's fake. And I will say, I get approached by people now, Trump supporters, and they'll come up to me. They all think it's fake now. Now Trump supporters think it's fake. That's a little too much for me to grasp right now, because, you know, people did die that day. I mean, there were people there. And I do think, you know, so there's been some new camera angles. They're not new, but I guess people are just looking at them now. These camera angles have been there, but it shows what appears to be people behind the scenes getting set up. And then there's this one angle where it looks like after Trump is shot at, the flag lowers perfectly into the photo, which if you saw that, you'd be like, yeah, that's a staged photo op. Now, apparently, I mean, the official narrative is that, and it lines up potentially with the shot, if you believe any of it. The bullet fragment hit the hydraulics on that crane, and that's what caused the flag to drop. Now, the odds of this happening are like 10 million to 1. So I totally understand why you don't believe it. But, I mean, you can watch it happen. I mean, I analyzed this stuff for days. I was analyzing this stuff. And, I mean, you can see the bullet hits the bleachers, and then the fragment hits the hydraulic system behind it, and that's when you hear that because it hits the hydraulics, and then the flag, and then it falls down to its lowest possible point when metal hits metal, and then the flag is in the picture. So it's like a 10 in a million shot, but that appears to be what happened. If you think it was set up, that's fine. But no, people are coming up to me now. They think the whole thing is fake. And they're not even, and they'll come up to me. There's these images now. Somebody came up to me and showed me this. They look at Trump's ear before and after, and there's no difference. I don't know. That's, I don't know, guys. But apparently the Trump administration is no longer interested in finding out about Thomas Crooks. So go figure. Justine, Trump love-bombed MAGA. MAGA likes being in an abusive relationship with him, apparently. Happy birthday. It is like an abusive relationship with our government, and maybe worse with Trump specifically. It's a love bomb. He's love bombing everyone. Don't you know all of these bombs are loving? When we in Israel drop bombs, it's loving. When anybody else drops bombs in response, it's war. We're going to take Alcoholics Anonymous and scatter it to the wind and turn it into a museum of the deep state. Well, he said that about the CIA, right? I think or did he say that? Did he say that about the FBI? I think it was actually about the FBI before he got nominated. Good luck. Hey, man, I'm suing you because you reported that I drink out of a yellow mug. This mug is gold, bitch. How's that argument going to hold up in court? Probably not too well. DZ, Kushner's plan is coming true. Trump is his puppet. Ooh. That's a tough pill to swallow. 28 won't be any better. Voting again is insanity. Don't do this. Please. Come on, man. Can't we have something to look forward to politically? I don't know. I don't even know what it is. In the midterms, what is it? There's really nothing in the midterms. I guess I'm looking forward to Paxton winning and Massey winning and Rand Paul winning. I mean, I don't even know. What do we have to look forward to politically, guys? Because obviously this administration is not going to do anything. This administration is just neocon donor class filth. So we're not getting anything out of this administration. We're not getting anything good out of this administration. All right. So this administration, they turned us around, bent us over, and tried to, Jimmy jack us with no lube. So we're not interested in that. That's not really fun. Let's get the hell out of there. The rest of MAGA can, bend over the table and take it. If that's what they're into. We're not. So I guess we're looking forward to Thomas Massey winning. I'm looking forward to Ken Paxton winning, Rand Paul winning. Is there anyone else Trump is trying to unseat that we can cheer for? It's like, I can't cheer for the Democrats to win. It's like, I can't even do that. But I don't know. I mean, if the Democrats winning is going to stall this disastrous agenda, then I don't know. But we don't even know what's going to do that. That's the thing. We don't even know what the Democrats are going to do if they win. We can assume based off of the past. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what we have to look forward to politically. You know what? Actually, I do. At 3:00 Central every day on the week, I'm going to be right here for you. That's what you got. B-man, Jewish people are not necessarily Semitic, but Arabs. Are they, to use this word, to scare you? Yeah, I think we did a breakdown with that, with Dan Bilzerian. All this racial identity crap. Who knows? Maybe the aliens will come down here and explain it all to us. So only boomers can attend the World Cup. Well, I'd like to attend the World Cup, and I'm an American. I don't know. Will they try to ban me? It's going to be right here in Texas. Am I allowed to go to the World Cup? Fantastic Fox. Clarence Thomas attends Bohemian Grove. And that's like nothing these days. That's like, who even cares? Everything considered in D.C., now Clarence Thomas going to Bohemian Grove is like a nothing burger. It's like a zilch to me. I don't even care. It's like now attending Bohemian Grove is like a shoulder shrug now. I mean, it's just like they all go to this crap. They all go to the WEF. It's just like, now I can only sit here and judge you off your fruits. Now I can only sit here and judge you off of what you say, what you do. So it's like, I don't even care about this stuff. I mean, for God's sakes, we're called the Epstein list. We're told it's a hoax, so it's just ridiculous. Another bailout. We won't see any of it, though. Yeah, we bailed out the companies again. Thanks, Trump. $166 billion bailout. You paid for it. Tired of Indians telling me what America is. Which Indian are you talking about exactly? Candace Owens is bodying Larry Loomer. What time? Does Candace, she goes on at like noon, doesn't she? I think Candace goes on at noon. I told you, I don't really follow that drama. I guess I did see Laura and Candace getting into it on X. I obviously saw that. But I don't know. Do you guys want me to report on some of that personal stuff? I mean, I get into it a little bit. But what is the deal? Laura, it has to be the most radical Islamic wokest I've ever seen in my life. Isn't Laura Loomer the most radical Islamic wokest you've ever seen? I think she's got to be number one all time. I've never seen a more radical woke Muslim than Laura Loomer. American Tiger, where did you get the 10% sales tax from when you were debating Destiny? That's kind of open-ended. I need a little more context on that. So I'm not really sure. All I could say was I talk about if we're looking for tax reform, I talk about how all we need is a sales tax. That's it. Excuse me. And how we can fund everything with a sales tax. It gives the right wing what they want, which is less taxes. So just give a flat sales tax, 1%, 2%. I would have never said 10%. Let's be clear. I think I might go 2%. So that's all you need is a sales tax. And guess what? So the right gets what they want. You actually cut taxes. And then the left gets what they want. And the rich pay the most taxes because the rich spend the most money. So you're going to buy a $30 million yacht, 2% sales tax. If I go to the grocery store and buy a $30, motorized boat that I can float around on the lake for fun, 2% sales tax. So I only pay 2% of $30 for my cheap little watercraft. The rich They pay 2% sales tax for their $30 million watercraft. So I would have never said 10%, but that's the only thing I can think of in context. Tim Cook is out. Is the new guy gay? I don't know. Didn't seem to be Indian. Looks like a white guy. Maybe a white guy? DC needs Jesus Christ. We ride at dawn. They need more than that. Needs a damn exorcism. Do you think that the deep state can actually clone humans? I saw something claiming Sleepy Joe was dead in 2019 and a clone was president. I don't think so. I don't. I wouldn't be surprised. Don't get me wrong. I'm not shutting it down. I'm not shutting you down. I don't think that they have that. Basically what you would have to believe is that they can clone you in a very short period of time. We're talking like a week or less, really. So I don't know about that. I don't believe that. Could they clone people? Yes. But I don't know as to what degree or what success they have been able to. Obviously, we just don't know. Maybe Epstein got the farthest at Zorro Ranch. Maybe. We don't know that either. But no, I don't think Biden was a clone. I would be more inclined to believe at this point that Biden was a robot. I would believe that. The way he walked and everything else looks like a damn robot. And maybe that's why he kept falling down and stumbling, because, these are still, early robots. But it was probably Biden. It was probably just Joe Biden, just being Joe. But I don't think it was a clone. If anything, maybe a robot. Is your payment processor denying me for anti-Semitism? Well, actually, no. No, actually, my payment processor will be turning you in. Actually, you know what? We shouldn't even joke about that stuff because it's actually probably very real. No, we shouldn't have any problems with the payment processors. We got all of that stuff cleared up last week. So if you're still having problems, let us know. There should be an email that you can reach out. But we got all the payment processing stuff taken care of last week. So there should not be any issues with that. And I'm sorry for making that joke because you know what? That actually could be serious. A lot of payment processors, social media, everything else, they will report you for that. We're not doing that. All right. We're not. We have a good relationship with everybody involved in these transactions. And you don't need to worry about that. You have my word. Okay. So I shouldn't even joke about that stuff. W every other morning. Well, every other morning for you. Social media girly is growing on me. Oh, this is great news. I have to tell you, this makes me very happy. Very good stuff. Machiavelli, thank you. Yankees fans yelling, "Who's your daddy?" to Pedro. Pedro choke slamming Don Zimmer. ALCS Poppy, 2 walk-offs in one day. Sox Yankees best rivalry in sports by far. Well, screw you, buddy. It's just like your opinion, man. No, here's my problem. You want to talk about competition, then it's hard to beat that. The Yankees, Red Sox, mid-2000s, about as good as competition as you're going to get for a rivalry. I just mean from fan experience, like those games get hot. Like those games get tense. I don't want to go to a sports game and be looking around if I'm in the wrong hat. You know what I'm saying? And I know you don't have to do that with the Cards-Cubs rivalry. Like I go to a Blues game in Dallas with the Dallas Stars, and it's like, bro, I can't believe how rude they are. I saw Philadelphia fans did something crazy again at a hockey game recently. It's like, what's wrong with Phillies fans? What's wrong with Philadelphia fans? What's their problem with the Eagles fans? Like, what is wrong with you guys? Can't you just enjoy sports and not be assholes? Is it possible? So that's all I'm saying. Like if I went to a Red Sox Yankees game and wore the away hat at the wrong stadium, it's like you kind of got to have your head on a shoulder. It's not really how I like to enjoy sports. And so that's why, and maybe the Stars fans celebrate. Like I went to the Dallas Stars game, had my Blues hat on, and man, I was getting heckled and jeckled and threatened and bumped and everything else. I was like, dude, this is not fun. It's like, I don't want to do this again, which is too bad, but maybe that's what they want. Gray 999. Isn't that Tim? Is that you, Tim? Does Trump support the Onion running InfoWars? Huh. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, isn't that funny? Trump comes out against Alex Jones, and now the Onion is taking over InfoWars. Is it officially May 1st, is what I read? These two things might not be connected, but what a tragedy, man. What a tragedy. Man, and they hung on. They hung on over there. They did for so long, and I guess finally May is the end of it. I guess that's it. And so the Onion will be taking over InfoWars now. Again, I don't know. We've been here before too. But yeah, Trump was probably the last hope to save that. And I will tell you that there were people in D.C. that tried to make it happen. Whatever it was, nobody really knew. But, you know, trying to do something right for Alex Jones, trying to do something for InfoWars. There were people in D.C. that tried to make it somewhat of a priority. And no, it just got zero. And the people that did make the most noise about it were basically kicked out of everything and just sent to hide in a corner. So I don't know if Trump bashing Alex recently had anything to do with it. The timing might make you think that there's a connection there. But no, I mean, Trump's not going to stop it from happening. He's going to brag about it. So twice Trump has actually, Donald Trump is rubbing it in Alex's face that they did this to him, which is so sick. Honestly, it really, like, this is the total proof that Trump is nothing but a chump, that Trump is nothing but a cheap trick chump, that he would use Alex Jones and InfoWars to get into office. And now he would use the office to take a big fat shit on Alex Jones and InfoWars. That's who Trump really is. Sadly, unfortunately, that's who Trump is. And all the people that said it were right. They were. That's exactly who Donald Trump ended up being. A two-bit cheap trick chump. Fine, you're going to let them do this to Alex? Okay, maybe there's nothing you can do. But to rub it in his face, to shove his head in the mud while it's happening, you're a piece of trash, Trump. You're an absolute garbage person for that. And of course, the biggest irony of it all is that could easily be Trump. Trump could be the one facing jail for his entire life. Trump could be the one that's facing losing every single thing he's earned, every penny, every dollar, every piece of property. That could easily be Trump. If it wasn't for Alex Jones, if it wasn't for InfoWars, if it wasn't for us, Trump could be in Alex Jones's shoes just as easily as Alex is. But, oh, he's not. I wonder why. And now he's going to rub it in Alex's face? Disgusting. Trump disgusts me. Thank you, Ken. Rohi Bonito. OE, DC go. Go get a haircut, hippie. You don't like the crazy hair today? Huh? Look at that. You don't respect the lettuce, bud? You don't respect the flow? That sounds like a personal problem. If you're tuning into this show to look at my hair, maybe, I don't know. What are you going to do if I go bald? What are you going to do if I cut it? I do have a haircut. I do have a haircut planned Wednesday. I am getting my haircut Wednesday. What am I going to do with it? I don't know. I really don't know, but I do have a debate coming up next week. I want to look clean, so I am getting the haircut Wednesday. I kind of like the Wilder look. My curls are starting to really show on the front and the sides. They've been on the back. The back of my head it's crazy how wavy and curly it got. It's starting to come in on the front and the side, so I like it. I don't know what we're going to do Wednesday, but I am, something big will happen this summer. So the hair drama continues. The crash outs after Blue Wave should be epic. I can't believe I'm laughing, and there's like a hint of joy to that for me. It sucks. Oh my God. What a crazy year. I look forward to Fishback 2026. There you go. There's one for the midterms. Forgot about that one. That's been a fun one to watch. American Tiger, don't get a haircut. Your hair is nice, bro. Oh, that's a bro. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. Oh, and this FISA thing, should we bother calling our reps? Yes. Yes. In fact, I'm so glad you just brought that up. Wow. That would have been a major blind spot for me. But we still have time. The date is April 30th when they're going to vote again on FISA. You know what they're probably going to do? They're probably going to delay it again. I bet they delay it again. It's how they're going to have their cake and eat it too, by just delay. I would call the reps, though. Tell them not to vote on this thing. This thing has to be stopped. FISA has to be stopped. The illegal spying has to be stopped. And another betrayal by Trump. Again, Trump was the victim of this, but now he says it's okay for us to spy on you. Just like the same thing with Alex Jones. Trump could easily be Alex Jones, but he's not, so he's rubbing it in his face. Trump was the one they abused FISA to spy on. Now he says it's good that we use it on you. It's just a total chump. Annie Arkham. I hope you prepare really well for the Wilson debate. He's going to be brutal, even though he's super wrong on this topic. Dave Smith also thought their debate would be friendly, and he got decimated. Well, what do you want me to do? Do I not cover this topic every day? I mean, I don't know. The only thing I can do is go study how Andrew Wilson does debates, but I already have seen some of his debates. I know he's a great debater. So I'm not coming into this ignorant of Andrew's debate abilities. But I'm not really sure what you want me to do here. It's going to be good. It's going to be good no matter what, Annie. But since I don't know what currency that is, I guess you can't come, but I don't know. If you can be there, be there. Jay Williams, keep up the fight, Owen. Never give up. God bless. Thank you, Jay. Mitch Connor. Didn't get to listen today. Just wanted to support the troops. Looking swole, Owen, jacked, and juicy. The 304s get loosey. That's a good one. I like that. Trump just declares bankruptcy like a coward, and Alex fought with the blood, sweat, and tears. Disgusting. Trump equals they're not like us. Yeah. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Chillin' for Sailor. China Sailor? I guess that's supposed to be China Sailor. Nothing's going to happen to Trump. Bush killed easily 1 million in Iraq. Absolutely nothing. Done at the behest of the establishment. Yeah, the only difference is that there was the level of political awareness and activism when Bush was in, way different than it is today. And the left-right paradigm was way more powerful than it is today. So because of MAGA and the shattering of the left-right paradigm, I don't think, now I'm not saying Trump is going to get, Trump, he can get away with it as far as we are concerned, but it's not like Bush. Trump is going to get way more heat. There's going to be way more heat from the right on Trump, and it's going to be a mandate for the Democrats if they win in the midterms to get Trump on this, and he will get Republicans to join the Democrats on this. That's the difference. So I don't think it will be. I think that's the big lie. I think Trump has been tricked. I think Trump has been conned. I think they told him that. They said, hey, Bush did it. Obama did it. And that's why he always says, Obama did it, so I can do it. You really think they're going to let you play by the same rules as Bush and Obama? And if you do, then I don't know. You're totally a sellout then. If you have that much confidence, then you're totally a sellout, or you're all on the Epstein list. I don't know. But I don't think it will. I don't think it will be a Bush got away with it. I don't think it will be an Obama got away with it. I don't. American made. Wow. Everyone is waiting on Trump to come back to his senses. I say kick rocks back up that escalator he rode down. I'm done. You and many others. It's some guy. Hannity gave up being Catholic because of Trump. Well, that was because of the Pope, but I guess that was because of Trump. I did have that in my news today. See if we can pull it up quickly. Fox News' Sean Hannity explains why he left the Catholic Church after institutionalized corruption. What a joke. What an absolute hack Sean Hannity is. What a shame. What a fraud. Tick-tock, indictments are coming. Tick-tock, indictments are coming. Shut up, you phony. You absolute sellout phony. So he's leaving the Catholic Church because of Pope Leo and Trump. That's why. Has nothing to do with institutionalized corruption. Institutionalized corruption? The Catholic Church has been corrupt for how long? Hundreds of years? What do you mean? You just figured out institutional corruption at the Catholic Church? What are you, retarded? And by the way, Pope Leo is actually the first pope that's letting them do these investigations into the institutionalized corruption. They've actually kicked out multiple priests, bishops, cardinals. They've found the corruption. They're kicking them out. Pope Leo is actually clearing out. Pope Leo is making Catholics great again. Pope Leo is making Catholicism great again. Pope Leo is making the Vatican great again. He's actually letting them go after the institutionalized corruption. Institutionalized corruption. Like you haven't heard about all the issues with kitty diddling? Like you haven't heard about all the priests and pedophilia? Like you haven't heard about the mass graves? I mean, come on, institutionalized corruption. Oh, did you just wake up yesterday? What a liar you are. The only reason first of all, you probably don't even go to Catholic Mass. You're probably not even Christian based off of what you do for a living. Oh, you're leaving the Catholic Church today over institutionalized corruption. So you've ignored the institutionalized corruption in the Catholic Church for your entire life, apparently. But now today you're going to do this big grandstanding thing. 100%. That was a nice little reach around you gave Trump, wasn't it? That was all that was. Sean Hannity just politically reached around, jerked Trump off, rubbed his nipples a little bit and said, "You're welcome." That's all this was a political sex play for Sean Hannity to say, "Hey, Donald, I'm going to bash the Pope. I'm going to bash the Pope, and I'm going to bash the Catholics today too." And then maybe if you want to, give me a little howdy doody, little how's your sister? That'd be great, Mr. President. I'm going to twist your nipples on air. I'm going to jerk you off on air. I'm going to leave the Catholic Church and bash the Pope. I'm going to do that for you, Mr. President. What an absolute sycophant. What a total fraud. Pope Leo making Catholics great again. Pope Leo making Catholicism great again. Pope Leo making the Vatican great again. How do you like that? Institutionalized corruption. When are you gonna leave politics for institutionalized corruption? When are you gonna leave Fox News for institutionalized corruption? When are you gonna leave the GOP, the Republican Party, for institutionalized corruption? You are such a phony. When are you gonna leave the military-industrial complex for institutionalized corruption? What an absolute fraud you are, Sean Hannity. You are the reason why conservatives never win. You are the reason why the Republican Party has nothing to show for it for the last 26 years. You, Sean Hannity, you with your blowhard ego and your fake hair and your fake makeup and your fake intellect and your fake books and your fake show, you are the fraud here. You are the institutionalized corruption, Sean Hannity. You have destroyed right-wing politics and turned it into neocon, warhawk, warmongering, CIA, misinformation, you phony. Does that settle that, guys? I think we settled that pretty good. But since we're on that, Pope Leo is actually very popular. NBC poll, Pope Leo held in highest esteem among public personalities. He's the most popular public figure. A March NBC poll found that American voters hold Pope Leo in highest esteem among other public personalities. So in other words, Pope Leo is more popular than Donald Trump. So he's pissed. So Trump is pissed. Because people like Pope Leo more than they like Donald Trump, myself included. Pope Leo is America's most powerful man. That's why Trump can't stand him. I think that's it, guys. I think that's it. That's why. Makes sense. All right, Don. Poisoned food, poisoned water, poisoned air, PDFs in power. And we're talking about midterms. Well, yeah, I mean, we do still have them as of now. So, yeah. Machiavelli, I only listen to you. Is there anyone else? Yes, there are a lot of else, but I am the best. I am the best. The reason why you listen to me is because I listen to everything else, read everything else, watch everything else, and then I condense it into normally 3 hours. I'm going to be over 4 hours today, but that's why you listen to me. But there are other truth tellers out there. There are. Few and far between, I got to say. Very few and far between. But they're out there. But I listen to all of them. I listen, watch, read everything, and then I bring it all here for 3 hours a day. So if you miss anything, you'll find it here. Jack Slim, should we boycott Rogan and KT? KT. What am I missing here? I don't really care what you want to watch or not. I guess Rogan, because he was at the White House. You know what? On that, I actually got to give Trump credit. Brilliant move bringing Rogan to the White House. He needed to do it badly. Trump, see, they know they're not popular. Despite the air of confidence they walk around in, they know they're not popular. Trump knows MAGA's dead. He knows he's lost all of his supporters. He knows he stabbed him in the back. He knows it's all dead. He knows nobody can really stand him anymore. So what does he do? So they give January 6ers a victory. Okay. And then he brings Rogan to the White House and tells Rogan, hey, stand right behind me. Stand right. Get in every shot I'm in. Stand right there. Stand right there. Because he needs that. Trump needed Joe Rogan badly. So Trump needed the January 6ers to bring him some good information, some good news. Trump needed Joe Rogan to be in pictures with him at the White House to make him look cool, make him look popular. It was all strategic. Trump knows he's a disaster. Trump knows he's so unpopular and so unliked. So he gave J6ers a win. He told Joe Rogan to stand behind him for a photo op. That's all it was. A genius move from Trump. I give it to him. I give him credit for bringing Joe. And then as far as the issues with the psychedelics and everything, probably good. I don't think Trump knows or cares. I'll be honest with you. I don't think Trump could care less about any of it. But for him, he needed a victory. He needed Rogan in the room, in a picture with him so he could look cool, look popular, look like he's still winning. So that's all that was. That's all that was. And as far as the psychedelics and all the drugs, Trump just does whatever he wants. He doesn't even know. He doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't care. He's just reaching for victories right now. KT, guys, I'm missing the KT. I don't know. ID Pine Nuts, happy Monday in the wacky world of politics. You got it, buddy. 80s New Wave Geek. Thanks for the stream with USS Liberty Survivor. Yes, great guys over there. Thank you for watching that. We posted that this weekend. Latina girlfriend and I went to Catholic Mass, unlike Hannity. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, and back to last week. So that's what Jay Dyer, he wanted me to do a debate on Catholicism because I guess he heard me talking about how I was born and raised Catholic and liked Pope Leo. So he wanted to do a debate on Catholicism. And I just said, I don't really, I can show up and talk, but I'm not the guy to sit here and debate the positives of the Catholic Church or anything. Like, I don't think I'm going to give you what you want. So I don't know. I told him that. I don't really think, I don't come on here and make the case for Catholicism. I haven't been to Catholic Mass in years. So I don't really think that's really I don't think it would be right for me to accept the debate just to be on a platform when I'm really not in that spectrum of coverage But that's what he was reaching out. He wanted me to, I guess, be the pro-Catholic voice in a debate. And I just said, hey, man, I haven't been to Catholic church in years. I don't really talk about the Catholic. Like, it's not a big issue for me. So, but that was what that was about. The boy in Iran celebrating Pope Leo, you posted. Yeah, apparently he got killed by Israel, but there's now conflicting information on that. So that's why that's why I just hate sharing any news from the ground, because so many times it ends up being fake. So I just hate covering the news on the ground. There's a bunch of news from the ground today. I'm just not going to cover it because I don't know. We get lied to so much about what goes on over there. And then you think, oh, maybe this one is real. And then it ends up being fake. So I don't know. That's why I don't do what's going on in the ground of that war, because I think there's just so much bad information. Honestly, I do. Hey, before I sign off, though, guys, we've just got through all of these super chats. Did anybody get their crash out yet? I'm just curious. I think DMT did, because he gave me a review. Anybody? I don't think so. Looks like we just dropped it Wednesday, so it looks like you guys have not gotten it yet. Let me know. Let me know, guys. Really looking forward to your reviews, honestly. Crashout.energy. Really looking forward to that. I absolutely love it. I got to tell you, I really am proud of myself for that one. But I did it because I wanted it. Because I wanted the best energy drink, focus, nootropic supplement. And we did it, guys. And it's also healthy with the pomegranate in there. So, all right. Looks like you guys haven't gotten it yet. Some of you will be getting it soon. Looking forward to those reviews. All right. We did a real bonus time. That's for your holiday gatherers today. That's for your holiday gatherings. A 4-hour show for those that celebrate, I don't know, birthdays or some other holiday. It might be today. I don't know. Some other deal. Some other thing. There it is, guys. DMT is pissed because he can't edit these videos till I sign off. That's funny. I'll get there. Tay throwing one in. The answer to 1984 is 1488 crash out. Maybe for the sticks. Maybe when we get the sticks. That'd be fun. Oh, they'd write stories about that. That'd be good press. I'd take it. All right. 20-hour break today. We got to do a 20-hour break because we went 4 hours today, because I love you. 20-hour break, same time, same channel tomorrow. God bless and God speed.